Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the July 25th, 2023 council meeting to order at 9:18 a.m. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the traditional territories of the Blackfoot and the people of Treaty 7 region in southern Alberta. The city of Chestermere is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta Region 3. Before we begin, I'd like to point out that we are conducting this meeting virtually. You can visit the agenda page on the city's webpage for more information on how to participate in today's meeting. With that, let's begin. First of all, I'd like to ask for a request for the approval of the agenda. If one of the councillors could read the motion into the record. Councillor Dean?
Before that, just on the agenda, comments on the agenda, I would like to make a motion that we remove item H and its subsections from the agenda until we have some clarity from the minister as to his concerns in regards to this directive.
Councillor, are there any conversation in relation to the proposed motion? That item is in camera. Oh, sorry. Item H is not in camera. Councillor, do you have any comments in regards to the motion? Councillor Dean? Sorry, Councillor Funk?
Can we move that to in camera for now and then discuss it and come out of camera?
Yes. Yes. Under what subsection do you want to do that? I guess we can do that under Ledge, what is the correct FOIP provision? I have under legal for the FOIP number, the section number. Yeah, I see sections 21, 22, 23, and 24 for intergovernment relations. Sorry? Okay. We can have that under section intergovernment relations sections 21 or 22 or 23 or 24. Is there one specifically you'd prefer us to use? That's okay. Take your time. Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. To the chair, I would like to first ask for a vote on my motion. I believe that this is different from my motion. I'm asking to have it removed from the agenda, and so I would ask, could we call for a vote on that? And then I believe that this would then be a second motion, second vote.
Yeah, that's fine. So just for clarity, Councillor Dean, could you read your motion into the record?
Yes, absolutely. So I would like to make a motion that we remove item H and its subsequent subsections from the agenda.
Okay. Any comments or questions on the motion? All in favor? All opposed? Carried. So Councillor Funk, you mentioned the motion that you'd prefer or that you wanted to bring forward, which I believe Ledge is typing in right now.
This was only so we could actually discuss Why? I just didn't understand what the reason was, and I figured that would be an in-camera discussion. But I don't. Seeing as how we voted on the motion, I don't think we need to. I can withdraw it.
I think it's, my personal feelings, is it's a good idea to possibly hear what the other councillors are wishing to talk on the matter.
Sure.
So I think it's a good idea that you look into the closed session, as well as it can always come out after the closed session, any discussion.
Yep.
If that's comfortable with what you're
Yeah,
saying.
that's fine. Yep.
Okay. So if you could read the motion into the record.
Motion that council accept the agenda for the July 25th, 2023 regular council meeting agenda with the following amendments.
Sorry, Mr.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Someone please explain why item I2 and I4 are in camera, as public information should be held in public session.
Okay, just a moment. Led, should we do we have a motion first to add the item H1 as a closed session item, and then do we come back and then identify the accepting of the agenda? Or how do you recommend?
You could do it that way, or you can just make it all as one motion as on the screen here.
Okay. Okay, so in regards to the point of order question, which is I2, which is the audited financial statement. That can be, in regards to the audited financial statements, that can be done in public, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we can also amend that the item I2 be removed from in camera or in closed session. And put that under,
Excuse me, Mayor, if I could get your attention around this issue. I was going to bring this up at the time of the presentation, but admin is requesting to table this item to a further date. The audit committee met at 6 o'clock last night, and administration hasn't been able to have the time to properly present or prepare the presentation. And so we were hoping to table it anyway. I was going to do it in camera, but now that it's being brought forward.
okay. Ledge, how would you like us to deal with that? Would you like us to table it at this point, or would you like us to table it in the
We can
future
remove
council?
it from the agenda for today.
Say that again, sorry?
We can remove it from the agenda for today. So we have it up on the screen now.
Okay. Okay, sorry, Mr. Legore, the second question you had was I4? So Directive 3 is the procedure, I think. Yeah, I think that's correct, actually. I think we should have item I4 be put into the public discussion. Under reports for information. Do we have a section? Under section D. D3? Does that make sense, Ledge? Okay. Okay, so moving forward. Councillor Funk. Just let him finish the motion here and just make sure what we agree with. Okay. If you could read that into the record, please.
Motion that council accept the agenda for the July 25th, 2023 regular council meeting agenda with the following amendments. Add Highway 1 Rainbow Road Acceleration Lane Design Budget to Section G. Move item H1, Directive 1 and Directive 5A Review to Section I, Closed Session under FOIP Section 21, Intergovernmental Relations. Remove item I2, Audited Financial Statements. Move I4, Local Public Body Confidence to D3, Reports for Information.
Thank you. Are there any comments in relation to the motion that's been read? All in favor? All opposed? Carried. Okay. All right. So moving onward with our agenda. Moving on to item C, which is the approval of minutes, pages 4 to 27 of our agenda package. Item number 1, which is the minutes of June 27th, 2023. Councillor, are there any comments or questions in relation to the minutes that have been presented? All right, if I can get a motion to read that into the record today, which I believe legislative has put up. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council accepts the June 27th, 2023 regular council meeting minutes and acknowledges the official administrator's comments with the following amendments. Add FOIP section CRCA to the motion of 230627-20. Add Joshua, I can't say his last name, legislative assistant, 2 people in attendance during all closed sessions.
Thank you. Are there any comments in relation to the motion that's been read? All in favor? Carried. Thank you, everyone. Okay, moving on to item number 2, which is on pages 28 to 34, which is the minutes of June 28th, 2023. Are there any comments or questions in relation to those minutes that were as presented? Councillor Hanley?
Yes, there's, I believe there's a couple of motions where the OA's status or comments are missing on them. So I believe we have to acknowledge the comments, but also pending the outstanding items. On page 30 and 31, there's 2 resolutions where there's no comment from the OA.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Originally, when we received the OA report, 05 and 08, they were missing Doug Laguerre's comments. However, we have received the new OA report, and they were allowed, so we can quickly fix that right now.
Okay, so the following amendments are the addition of the OA's comments to 05 and 08. Okay, I'm
Wanna
fine
restate
with it. Yeah. So motion that council accepts the June 28th, 2023 special council meeting minutes and acknowledges the official administrator's comments with the following amendments. Add motion allowed by the official administrator from municipal affairs to motion 230628-05 and 230628-08.
Are there any comments or questions in relation to the motion that's read? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so moving on to the third item, which is on pages 35 to 50, C3, which is the minutes of July 11th, 2023. Councilor, are there any questions or comments in relation to those minutes? All right, if I can get the motion read into the record. Councilor Hanley?
Motion that council accept, I believe this is the wrong motion because it says the agenda. Motion that council accepts the minutes for the July 11th, 2023 regular council meeting and acknowledges the official administrator's comments as presented.
Are there any comments or questions on the motion presented? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number D in our agenda, which is on pages 51 to 212, which is item number 1, which is the Chestermere Bridge feasibility study, which I believe is presented today by Shaman Vincenzo, Manager of Development and Special Projects, as well as City Director Travis Fillier. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I will be subbing in for Shaman. So this morning, myself as well as AECom are here to give Council an update. So this is just a request for information on the Chestermere Boulevard Bridge upgrade feasibility study. If you don't mind zooming in on that, Callan, a little bit, please, that'd be great. Sure, keep going. Thank you. I'm getting old. An open request for, so the background on this, an open request for a proposal was posted on July 28, 2022 for prospective proponents to submit proposals for the Chestermere Boulevard upgrade feasibility study and concept design. It closed on September 1st, 2022, and AECom was the successful proponent, which was awarded on November 15th of 2022. So the project scope was to complete a feasibility study on upgrading the bridge over the lake on Chestermere Boulevard to 4 lanes with sidewalks on both sides and a pedestrian crossing under the bridge at both ends. In addition to this, the city would like to be made aware of cost-effective recommendations on increasing the clearance height of the bridge. At minimum, the following were required as part of the scope of this study, being options for assessment of a 10-foot, 15-foot clearance from the water, construction and cost and methodology difference in both the heights, expansion to 4 lanes, 12-foot walkways and a bike path on both sides, pedestrian walkway underneath the bridge connecting John Peak Park to Anniversary Park, and a pedestrian walkway on the bridge on the east side of the lake. The final deliverables upon completion will include the feasibility study, concept design, conceptual cost estimates, options for the type of bridge and construction methodologies to find cost efficiencies. Part of the scope was for the successful proponent to present the completed feasibility study and all associated information to council. Hence, AECom is here today to present the results of this study. The new information being shared is Chestermere Boulevard Final Bridge Feasibility Study Report, which was submitted to council, and apologies for that late submission. It's there for information. Again, this is what we're here to present and provide a summary to council with the presentation that AECom is going to share with us in a few moments. And then what the information is going to contain, again, is the options for the bridge, whether we want to look at a 10-foot, which is the 3.05 meter clearance, and the 15-foot, the 4.57 meter clearance from the existing 1.8 meter clearance on the bridge as it is today. as we know, is pretty shallow. We're also going to provide information on the options for the pedestrian underpass, how we can connect John Peak Park with Anniversary Park. We're looking at expanding it from 2 lanes to 4 lanes, and obviously having that pedestrian corridor along the bridge. We're going to develop a construction strategy for implementation of the upgrade. As you can imagine, the bridge itself is a main component of the connectability between East and West Chestermere, so there had to be some staging in this whole program. With that comes to develop an updated cost estimate for the different options, identify next steps for development of the project, the evaluation analysis of the findings of the upgrade options, and then discussion of the conclusions and council's next steps. So with that, I am going to introduce Kevin and Michelle. They're going to take over the presentation and take you through the slideshow and the results of their study to date. So thank you.
So good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. My name is Kevin Bourgeois, and with me is Michelle Mitchell. We're the ACOM team responsible for the carrying out of the feasibility study to carry the new bridge upgrade for Chestermere Boulevard over Chestermere Lake. My role in the project is as project manager, and Michelle is as the roads design lead. And today we're here to present the findings of that study. So starting with our agenda of what we're hoping to get through today, we'll start with how did we get here. We'll go through the project background. We'll review our design criteria. We'll note the observed site constraints. We'll discuss the viable options that were considered. We'll examine the high-level construction strategies. We'll discuss the estimated costs and evaluations, and we'll finish with collective paths forward, conclusions, and next steps. So how did we get here? This crossing is the main link between the east and west sides of the lake. The structure, built in 1958, is now 65 years old. The bridge also has low clearance at only about 5.2 feet. As you can see, this paddle border here that needs to duck as he goes underneath the bridge. And the structure also is attributed to a 4-span arrangement, which is seen in the photo. It's not really ideal for channel navigation, which limits the users to splitting on either side of that central pier. Further, the public boat launch is located on the north side of the causeway, while the main power boating areas are to the south, which is a bit of an issue for larger sized boats. So with the opening of Stony Trail, there's been a shift away from the focus of transportation of goods on what used to be considered Alberta Transportation's Highway 1A. And with Chestermere becoming a city, they've inherited a bridge which is in need of upgrading and replacement due to both its age and function. The corridor plan and transportation master plan of 2015 and 17 did provide some framework as to number of lanes and whatnot that need to be for the causeway, but didn't go into a lot of detail of exactly how the bridge upgrade would occur. So in 2022, the city contracted ACOM to examine those options for the bridge upgrade. To go over some of the project background, and specifically our scope of work, firstly, we were to consider options that would increase the bridge clearance, raising it from the existing height of approximately 5 feet or 1.6 meters to 10 to 15 foot options for clearance to the lake. Secondly, to develop constructability strategies for the implementation. Thirdly, to develop revised cost estimates. And fourth, to identify next steps for the development of the project. And the hopes are to achieve a new structure to better serve users of all modes. And just to give some extra light on the WD type background for the project. So the Western Irrigation District essentially owns and operates the lake as a reservoir to their network of channels. The water is raised in the spring to the high water elevation and is lowered
to the winter levels after the Thanksgiving long weekend in the fall. And so the visuals that are up on the screen are intended to illustrate the impacts of working within this type of environment, where a substantial amount of embankment fill needs to be placed. And this really needs to be coordinated with that need for the time of year when the lake level is dropped.
At the start of the project, review of the existing corridor studies noted a desire to reduce the speed along Chestermere Boulevard, as well as shift the classification from a rural arterial to the urban boulevard to tie in with the surrounding developed area. Key characteristics of the urban boulevard include parallel pathways for better user connectivity. The criteria referenced City of Chestermere, along with references to City of Calgary guidelines. The shown individual criteria tables are separated for roadway and multimodal to consider all users for the project. The approved project criteria provide the transition for lower urban speed with creating an inviting space for all users. With the selected project criteria, the proposed cross-section for the bridge replacement would move away from the narrow rural highway section with expansion to the 4-lane divided, with the outside lane slightly larger for transit and commercial vehicles. A proposed raised median is provided for buffer between opposing traffics, as well as provides space and opportunity for a future transit use, as the median could be converted into a contraflow transit lane. In past studies, a future BRT station was identified at West Chestermere Drive intersection. The section shows multi-use pathways are proposed on either sides, with boulevard separation to provide buffer along with combination space for landscaping and lighting. As shown on the slide, the bridge would transition to a concrete barrier to provide further user protection.
So this video is a quick fly-through of how we intend to turn that design criteria into reality and to carry out the goals of the project. Namely, first, creating an upgraded channel underpass through removing piers and opening up the channel, as well as increasing the bridge clearance for improved access between the north and south sides of the lake. Secondly, having a focus on all modes of transportation, including vehicles, active modes, transit, and lake users. Thirdly, upgrading the causeway to a cross-section of 4 lanes. Fourth, to incorporate multi-use pathways on both sides of the causeway. Fifth, narrowing the lanes and lowering the speeds, which were considered in conjunction with the added active modes facilities to provide that desired urban boulevard feel. And further in the presentation, we'll also provide some commentary on the cross connectivity of active modes across Chestermere Boulevard, either through infrastructure such as earth's supported pathway that carries below the bridge, or through a separate tunnel underpass structure, which is kind of showing right now.
For the site constraints, the project is located along Chestermere Boulevard, crossing over the Chestermere Lake with signalized intersections at either end of the project limits, West Chestermere Drive and East Chestermere Drive. Around the project area, we have identified various land uses, including residential within the northeast, commercial properties within the northwest and southeast, John Peak Memorial to the northwest, and Anniversary Park to the southwest. There are 2 existing boat launches for lake access, including a public one within the northwest and a private one within the southeast. Also, an existing storm pond is located within the northeast quadrant of the project. A high-level review for utilities has been completed, with deep utilities identified for the City of Chestermere, including both existing and future plans, as well as various existing third-party utilities. The identified utilities run parallel with the project, including within the noted utility corridor to the north. As such, the horizontal geometry was developed and considered minimizing impacts to the surrounding area and lake with incorporating that wider urban boulevard cross-section to allow for different construction staging opportunities for the bridge replacement, Therefore, with the two different bridge clearance options, it was determined to provide a single horizontal alignment to be developed for analysis and evaluation at the current located crossing location. Consideration for the higher bridge clearance and embankment height with the wider cross-section would ultimately spill farther than the current embankment limits as previously noted. As such, the geometry provides a slight shift to the south via gentle curves to move the cross-section away from the noted utility corridor and the existing north boat launch. Tie into the existing East Chestermere Drive intersection through a single curve is similar with the existing conditions. As well, pathway connectivity would be carried along both sides with connections to either intersection.
So next we'll look at the bridge options that were considered. So they were split into three main called bridge option families. The first option family being the 10-foot bridge clearances. The second option family being the 15-foot bridge clearance options without a pedestrian underpass below the bridge. And thirdly, the 15-foot bridge clearance options with an underpass pathway. And you can see that with the options progressions, that the length of the bridge is increased from 31.5 meters for option 1 to 38 meters for option 2 and to 41 meters for option 3 to accommodate the taller height and the added pathway. The considered we focused on consideration of 3-span and single-span options to have a focus on the openness of the channel as in relation to the existing.
To complement the different bridge designs, two profiles, as shown, have been developed to achieve that increased clearance over the lake. The 15-foot would result in the lengthening bridge span, as Kevin noted, as well as with the deeper bridge section. The bridge crossing is located on a crest curve to allow for the critical clearance at the highest profile point, thus allowing to tie into the existing grade prior to the existing intersections. In addition, with the bridge replacement, the pathways were also considered a part of the study, with pathways along Chestermere Boulevard to cross the lake. However, another focus on the project also considered cross-connectivity of Chestermere Boulevard, primarily looking at the west sides to ensure accommodation for all users. Different options to cross Chestermere Boulevard were reviewed and assessed, including the underpass shown in pink, that will be discussed further and is considered family option 3 with the 15 clearance only. The orange line here shown on the bottom slide shows a desire line that was previously identified within city studies for a crossing connecting the parks and having it closer to the lake shore. Options at this location for crossing include a separate tunnel underpass, a mid-block at-grade crossing, and an overpass option. The separate tunnel underpass is further considered with this study and discussed later in the slides. For the mid-block at-grade crossing, as per guidelines, a full signal operation would be required here, as the rectangular rapid flashing beacons are considered only suitable at intersections. With close proximity to the existing signalized intersections, this may not be operationally suitable. An overpass here would also require additional structural infrastructure to achieve the required clearance over Chestermere Boulevard. Thus, would impact the adjacent parks for required ramps with steeper pathway grades and deemed not suitable for this project. Inclusion of the options into the surrounding areas noted, the pink option, also known as family option 3, could be seen as a circuitous route for users to cross into the commercial space on the north side. However, there is value with the walk space being near the lake. As well, for all options, the pathway connectivity to the north would have to be considered further to avoid directing users into the existing boat launch area and parking lot. Optional pathway option connections, as shown in that teal line, could be considered further to connect to existing infrastructure and to avoid the conflict with the boat launch. So viable options for the 10-foot with an underpass were reviewed and considered. An underpass at the lake crossing, with the lake crossing of the bridge, was assessed. However, the noted 10-foot clearance with the required pathway elevation above the lake would result in a substandard clearance for users. Therefore, no underpass option has been developed with the 10-foot option at the bridge crossing. With development for the separate tunnel underpass shown in the green line work at that orange desired line could be considered with the pathway profile elevation set to be higher than the lake water elevation. The road profile would subsequently be set to accommodate the required tunnel clearance as well as the road structure depth shown in the green line work there. For the 10-foot option with that separate tunnel, as shown in that blue arrow, that tunnel clearance would essentially be higher than the lake crossing and was deemed not suitable as an option for the 10-foot clearance. As such, for the 10-foot options, it is recommended for pathway cross connectivity be completed via the existing signalized intersections. It is noted, as shown on the slide, the East Chestermere Drive intersection does not currently accommodate all users on all legs and should be further reviewed.
So in contrast with the 10-foot options, the 15-foot options can accommodate the underpass considerations, either through an underpass below the bridge or through the separate tunnel concept to the west. The upper rendering shows the bridge underpass option from option family 3, where the pathway would be accommodated through placing a flat spot in the embankment and to wrap it below the bridge. And the bottom rendering shows the separate tunnel concept, which could be paired with option 2 and is placed to the west near the existing retaining wall at Anniversary Park at that noted desire line. So for the separate tunnel underpass concept, as shown in the green line work, the 15-foot bridge clearance profile was modified to accommodate the height over the underpass tunnel. To minimize steep grades for users, the parallel pathways along the causeway would be carried over the tunnel as well to avoid users needing to drop down and come back up. This is similar to as constructed in Kelowna at the east side of the lake, where they also have a pedestrian underpass, as pictured in the lower left corner. As shown in the rendering in the bottom right, retaining walls have been identified with this option due to the close proximity to utilities to the north and to minimize impacts to the park to the south. The upper and lower pathways are connected to the west of the tunnel, which would avoid further retaining walls. It's also noteworthy that we've aligned the pathway connection of the on the north side to link to that identified teal line that Michelle mentioned, which could provide that connection to John Peak Memorial. So for the tunnel option, we've proposed to utilize standard precast units in efforts to simplify construction and to minimize cost. The middle photo shows an example of how tunnel structures of this nature could turn out. And on the right, that shows our overall clearance box that we considered in our study, achieving approximately 3.5 meters of vertical clearance and 3.7 meters of width, which would be considered suitable for the multi-use underpass. So we'll now move over to the high-level construction strategies which were considered for the project. They're broken down into three main categories. Firstly, the full closure with alternate detour routes. Secondly, a temporary detour alignment with a temporary bridge structure. And thirdly, staged construction. So firstly, we examined a full detour. So as we know, emergency services are currently located on the east side of the city. And so a full closure of the causeway would cause increased delay times for response. Furthermore, the crossing is also a key link to provide active modes connectivity between the west and east sides of the lake. So with really no other options. So due to these impacts to these key groups, this option was considered not to be suitable for the project. Secondly, a temporary detour alignment with a temporary structure was considered. This option would allow better access to the new construction site. However, as noted previously, the site is quite horizontally constrained, and this option would have larger impacts on adjacent utilities, parks, boat launches, etc. And further, as the temporary road embankment needs to be in place until traffic availability of the new completed structure, that would also result in throwaway costs of the temporary embankment and would also require additional construction time to install and remove that detour during low lake level periods. So due to those impacts, this option was also found not to be suitable for the project. That brought us to staged construction. So in contrast with the challenges noted of those last two options, staged construction was considered to maintain through traffic during construction and to better align with the project priorities. For these staging plans shown, the legend shows in green the areas that are remaining open to traffic. So this first stage shows the existing bridge could be modified to accommodate construction of the southern half of the bridge, which will be shown in stage 2. The existing bridge consists of precast concrete girders, some of which could be removed to facilitate that greater working room. And also noteworthy that we've moved the pedestrians to the north for this first phase to be better separated from construction. In this second stage, this is when the first half of the bridge and embankment would be constructed, denoted in the yellow and purple colors. Traffic would remain on the existing bridge during this phase. And you'll note in the cross sections height of the old bridge versus the new bridge, which would necessitate a temporary retaining wall down the middle of the causeway. So this slide shows essentially how a temporary retaining wall system could work. Essentially like a mechanically stabilized earth wall, the weight of the fill that's being placed would be used to brace back the open face and preserve a vertical face during construction. For those of you that might be familiar with projects in the Calgary area, other projects such as the McLeod Trail 162nd Avenue project, and also the Valley Ridge Boulevard at Trans-Canada Highway for the West Calgary Ring Road project, each use this type of system. This piece was considered a key component of project costs, and therefore these have been incorporated into our estimated costs. Next, for stage 3, the second half of the bridge and embankment would be constructed on the north, while traffic is moved to the newly constructed first half, and that temporary retaining wall that I noted on the last slide would be buried as the road is built up. And lastly, this shows the completion of the bridge and causeway with everything open to traffic. So next we'll move into the cost estimate section. So firstly, we'll note that for the feasibility level of design, class 4 cost estimates were used, which have an accuracy range of plus 50% to minus 30%. You can see the range on the subtotal line is between $16 to $22 million before contingency. And when we add the 30% contingency and 15% engineering, the range is projected between $24 million to $32 million for the base 3 options. And to the right, you'll also note that we have some specific mention of that separate tunnel concept addition, which would be a $5.6 million addition. And when paired with option 2, that could bring the project costs to $36.7 million. This slide shows some of the key differences in the prices that were noted. Firstly, with that table 10.4 on the top, we see the average difference between the 10-foot and 15-foot options was an addition of $7.6 million. And secondly, with table 10.5, we can see that the addition of the underpass below the bridge, which was noted as the difference between options 2 and 3, This is a $1.8 million difference. So it's quite a bit less of an impact as compared to that separate tunnel underpass option that I noted at 5.6. And we've also added this slide to show some specific mention of some of those key cost items, such as the embankment construction and the bridge construction. So you can see in the range of those items, the range of $4 million to $6 million for the embankment construction for options 1 to 3, and a range of $7 to $10 million for the bridge structure. So next we have our evaluations. Our evaluation approach was a two-pronged approach. Firstly with a qualitative approach, and secondly with a quantitative approach. With the qualitative approach, we looked at if the options were aligned with the project priorities based on 9 categories. Green, yellow, and red were assigned to each of them to reveal how aligned they were with the project needs. So overall, you can see option 1 scored the most greens, but also was attributed 1 red. Option 3 was scored the second highest greens with no reds. And option 2 generally had the most yellows. So some further commentary on those evaluations. Firstly, option 1 was scored a green under the cost category, given its had the lowest cost impacts. Under the parallel paths active modes category, we noted that option 1 scored a green, given that it had a more gentle profile. But we also note that options 2 and 3 are also quite suitable for active modes, given that the profile is still under 3.6%. Next, under the underpassing path active modes category, option 1 was scored as a red, given that it was found that it was unfeasible, while option 3 was scored a green, with it being fully accommodated. Under construction, option 1 was again scored a green, given that it had less embankment material. But it's also noteworthy that really all options are going to require pretty similar overall construction period due to the need for that multi-stage construction and likely multi-year. So going into the quantitative approach of the evaluations now, where weighting was assigned to each of the categories. You'll note that the cost category was weighted approximately 3 times higher than other categories, and also that you'll note that the active modes categories are approximately 2 times other categories, given that there's 2 of those categories used. And you'll see that overall the results show that all options are quite feasible, being that they all result in approximately being within 1% of each other. We will note that future proofing would be more available to options 2 and 3 as compared to option 1, which is more focused on reduced cost. So the keys to the next steps is to balance the city priorities and to see which of these options best incorporates the city's future plans for the surrounding area. Which brings us to our conclusions and next steps. Firstly, with conclusions, we found that all options presented are viable pending city budget, and all options minimize the impacts to the existing intersections and stayed within the project limits. The project has been shaped to incorporate all modes of transportation, including vehicles, active modes, transit, and lake users. And what we see as next steps would include the advancement of the preliminary engineering phases, which would include activities like the utility investigations and stakeholder engagement, such as with the WID and emergency services, etc. And secondly, to build on presented philosophies that we feel were somewhat cemented by this study, such as the use of the stage construction schematics, and again, seeking to establish how the presented concepts best fit with the city's overall plans to revitalize the surrounding area. That brings us to questions and comments. Thank you very much for your time today.
Okay, thanks very much for the presentation. Councillor, are there any questions that you'd like to bring forward? I have a couple. I was just wondering, in regards to the adding of the C-train line down the middle, have you separated the cost of, does that reinforcing the bridge for the weight, does that reinforcing the space, all that, the cost of that?
So I think the concepts that were in the previous planning reports were intended for buses, as we understood. Is that?
Yeah, it was just
Okay.
for BRT, so the bus rapid transit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if that ever did change to the C-train, that would be a problem.
Yes.
Okay.
So I guess that would just require some future definition of what the next steps, what the next piece of preliminary engineering might look like to
Yeah.
scope that. Yeah.
I'm not sure that that's many folks are interested in that option, but I just was wondering if that increased the cost of the bridge, plus for the width of it. And then secondly, in regards to the tunnels, is it significantly more expensive to have an open truss concept for the tunnel underneath rather than like your blind tunnels for safety purposes, especially at night?
So how would it, like an open truss over the causeway?
No, so the tunnel, the walking tunnel, for the people, rather than having it blind, like you can't see on the outsides of it on the end, having more of an open truss where I assume you'd be using steel, but I guess you could be using concrete posts, but to allow that the visual throughness, so you can see, nobody's around the corners, all these kinds of things late at night, as you see in some of the bridges that a lot of these are designed in the U.S. But
Yeah, I definitely agree that the tunnel concept brings about those other issues. And some of those were mentioned in the report as well. But as in your regards to your question about a truss, because the underpass is supporting the road above, right? It's really difficult to have it as transparent. And one of the things that we have done is as we come towards the lake shore, we've put some retaining walls that kind of go 90 degrees or close to 90 degrees from the causeway.
okay,
Which what we thought would kind of funnel people towards the opening of the tunnel, and also kind of eliminates the fact that people could be around a corner if that wasn't present. So some of those things have been trying to inject it into the very high level concepts, but certainly I would agree that if this was pursued further, that SEPTED principles would be largely injected into the design there.
now do you see, last question, do you see a significant increase in cost if we use vertical retaining walls rather than the sloped rocks on all sides?
I would say yes. We have had to consider premium embankment materials due to that consideration of the water exposure. So in comparison to other projects where you're building on just common fill, you're right, there would be some cost advantages there. But something that we haven't been able to unpack through this study is the comparison of the exact costs of land take from like the WID and such, as compared to how something like retaining walls could be considered there. So if there's some balancing there, it would be a cost premium for sure, to say exactly how much. That again, that'd be an activity that would need to be unpacked.
I assume we use, in this concept on the construction, it uses pilings that would be supporting the bridge and along the sides. Is it not possible, like when an overpass is built, to have that retaining wall right in front of the pilings?
Yeah. So
Vertically?
yes, you could. Again, the water exposure concept also plays into how effective that is. I know that you guys have put in retaining walls along the lake shores, both at Anniversary Park and I think there's a section in John Peak as well. But that does play into some considerations of the future designs. So I guess to understand your question, oftentimes those retaining walls are used to try to shorten the bridge span, but I'd say with the concepts that are developed as well, that open feeling and if the desire was to bring about active modes underneath, I think the open head slopes would be a bit more inviting, kind of similar to your question about the tunnels, the vertical faces and whatnot.
Well, especially since we're getting the span for the boat traffic, but we're shortening it because we're having the slopes.
Right.
For the width of how the boats can go through, because you need a fair amount of space for two boats to go through.
For sure.
Because they're not perfect.
Yeah, and that's where
Straight.
the concepts that we have either have the abutments essentially where the bridge ends are
Yeah.
right now,
Yeah.
and the whole channel will be open, or we have piers that are located outside of that shoreline of
Yeah.
the high water, essentially.
Exactly. Okay.
Keeping the channel open. Yep.
No, it's definitely a good first read. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, during the presentation, you mentioned like the 10-foot option, height would still be subpar. Because to me, it seems like the issue, the first question is, do you go 10 or 15 feet? Obviously, 10 feet's a lot more than what we have today, but it's still subpar from, and sort of what would that be? Because I'm also concerned if we put this bridge in place, right? It's going to probably be around for 75 years. This has been around for 65 years.
Yeah.
And boating and everything 65 years ago was very different.
Yeah.
We have a lot taller boats, which cause people a problem.
For sure.
So, being a recreational city, you want to be able to accommodate that, and you want to be able to have enough forward thinking to go, this thing's going to be around for a long, long time.
Definitely. Yeah.
And so it's important to do it right.
Yeah.
So could you talk about the height differentials a little bit more of what would be considered a normal, right? And does the 10-foot, the 10-foot obviously is cheaper, right? But the 15-foot, like what are the pros and cons of each?
Yeah. And
from your
so
experience?
we've thought about this quite a bit, and the way that we kind of envision it is option one gets you some call it level of service increase in comparison with existing, but it is also seemingly not very focused on that future proofing, as you mentioned. The options 2 and 3 with the 15-foot clearances give the ability for that future proofing, both with boat navigation and then also with all the pieces that we had about the active modes connectivity for the underpasses. Again, the 10-foot doesn't really accommodate the underpass characteristics, because when you have an underpass, you really need 3+ meters of clearance to facilitate an underpass. So at 10 feet, you're just barely scratching the surface, and then your pathway elevation is almost identical to the lake. So with any changes in the lake level, then you could be constantly flooding your underpass facility. It's not safe for users. So with options 2 and 3, where the height is increased to 15, you kind of have that built-in assurity that you can accommodate an underpass. And even with option 2, where we haven't built the underpass from day one, it could be built in the future with like a boardwalk style or something like that. But those costs that we found in comparison of the earth-supported pathway versus what other systems could be, that addition for option 3 was 1.8 million. So I think that might be a worthwhile investment for that future proofing as well, because you're likely not going to be able to get a boardwalk style construction for that price. So the way that I see the 3 options is like option 2 is kind of like a delayed investment on your underpass. Option 3 is you get it all from day one. So does that kind of answer your question?
Councillor Fung?
Yes, thank you.
Might be worth looking into. Just one of your comments was the lake level changing and stuff. Even during the last major storm event that we did have, the lake never really flooded. at any point, so it's very stable. So we may want to work with administration some more to identify what the actual limits are there. I would be interested in seeing as well, though, what it would look like to be able to put more vertical into the embankments with some retaining walls and stuff to allow more clearance underneath, as well as along the walkways on the causeway. Stuff.
Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, through the presenters. I understand they're just renderings, but it looks like only one boat's able to go under at a time, or would boats be able to pass each other under there?
So I guess in today's world, is a boat able to go down each of those openings? Yeah, so like the channel width is overall out to out is not modified by what we're showing. We're actually taking out the intermediate piers so that the whole width is able to be used.
Okay.
Councillor Watt?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm just wondering if you can help me understand, how did you choose the range between a 10-foot bridge and a 15-foot bridge?
So that was actually a requirement of the RFP, like prior to AECOM coming on board. So those were the requirements for us to build our concepts on.
So that was predetermined, so you didn't look at, let's say a 12-foot option?
Correct. And so I guess a lot of what we've done as well, for instance, with these profiles that we have up on the screen, the blue is representing the shallowest and the red is representing the deepest. And so we already, with some of the cost estimating, again, because we're at the feasibility level where there's not a ton of definition, we used the intermediate heights with just proportionate costs. So if it was desired to look at something like a 12-foot, yes, we could look at essentially proportionate costs, at least at this level.
Thank
Does
you.
that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Councillor Dean?
With those, thank you through the chair to the presenters. Was lighting looked at all as an option as well in the tunnels for safety?
Yep, for sure. So we've got line items in there for lighting considerations for the tunnel. I agree it would definitely be needed for something like that if that was to be considered. And then for lighting for the causeway itself, what we had intended is lighting from the outside. Again, what Michelle mentioned, that future considerations could have that median converted to contraflow transit. That keeps you from having to redo your infrastructure if you have it on the outside from day one.
Any further questions? Well, thank you very much. That's been an interesting opportunity for Chestermere to move forward.
Sure, thanks
Thank
for
you
your
very
time.
much. I'm sure there'll be more steps coming up. If I can get one of the council members to read the motion into the record. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council accepts the feasibility study report. Shouldn't there be a more clear motion for information, right?
The bridge feasibility study report?
Yeah, I think they have an alternate one here. Yeah. Okay, so motion that council accepts the Chestermere Bridge feasibility study presentation as information.
Are there any comments and questions on the motion? Councillor Dean?
Yeah, just before that, I guess this would be from the mayor through city director failure. What's the next step after this? So we're accepting this as information now. What would the next steps be, and when can we expect to see something else coming back?
Through the mayor to Councillor Dean. So that's a very good question. What I would be requesting here right now is that you all have been provided a copy of the report. What we can do is a bit of a grace period here and just allow council to kind of absorb the report. If you have any further questions or comments in regards to how we finalize the report, maybe we can do that over the next month. Essentially, correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin, but I think the report's at about a 90 to 95% completion stage, and we wanted to have this opportunity to present it to council for any final feedback. So we've had numerous meetings with Kevin and Michelle and their team in regards to the input, the feedback in regards to how we, move along through this project. And now we felt it was a good point to present that as information. So what I would say as a takeaway, if council wants an opportunity to dig into the details, if you want, of that report and have any further questions, then we can filter that back through to Kevin and his team, and then we can just finalize the report. So, good.
Are there any questions or comments in relation to the motion on the table? Councillor Funk?
Yeah, just for clarity, if we can add Chestermere Boulevard, as we'll probably also be doing stuff on Rainbow Road Bridge.
Councillor Hanley, would you like to restate the motion?
Motion that council accepts the Chestermere Boulevard Bridge feasibility study presentation as information.
Are there any comments or questions in relation to the motion? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to our next presentation, which is D2, which is on pages 213 to 219 of our agenda package, which is an e-scooters presentation by Callan Morrison of our Ledge Services Division.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm just here to provide a very quick update on the e-scooters that have been seen around Chestermere. So just a quick summary. Since June 16th, administration has been meeting with Bird Canada bi-weekly. There's been 3,300 total rides since launch, 1,000 unique riders, 235 commuters, meaning there and back trips. So from the beach, go to Tim Hortons, come back, those types of trips. Over 11,000 total kilometers traveled. There are currently 75 units in Chestermere. However, that number can change with the options to expand or decrease depending on how much use they get. No complaints received by Bird Canada or the RCMP. However, Chestermere peace officers have received a few complaints. They're fairly minor, just people leaving scooters on people's front lawns or kind of driving a little recklessly, but nothing that Trevor Bowman, when I talked to him, says there's too much of a concern for CPO to be worried about. As you can see, here's a heat map. In the first map, we have ride shares, and then we have ride ends. So as you'll see, there's really popular around the beach, kind of the city center of Chestermere. So they're really popular there, just out and about town. And so next steps, administration is going to continue meeting with Bird Canada till the end of the pilot project, which should be late fall, around November, December. It sort of depends when the snow comes, which is not too far away, unfortunately. And I'm going to work with, administration is going to work with communications to develop a more robust information package for the public for things like safety, leaving scooters on people's personal property, stuff like that, just to kind of provide people with a little more information in case they don't know. And yeah, any questions?
Councillor Fote?
Through the mayor to Callan. I guess the police haven't been getting any questions, but I sure have. There's a lot of questions coming back to once the city needs to take a look at letting these people know that are writing these things that they don't own the sidewalk, that they need to slow down when they're trying to pass somebody on the sidewalk. I have been passed or nearly run over, and you didn't hear it coming. All you heard is a zing in there by you. Mm-hmm. And I think there needs to be a little consideration there. There's an elderly gentleman that was walking, and his complaint was that he was forced off the road. And so anyway, I think there needs to be and the consideration of the people that are riding them are not wearing helmets. And if someone rides a bicycle in the city, they have to wear a helmet. Why are helmets not being forced on the e-scooters also?
I don't think that we have a bylaw for helmets in Chestermere for bikes. In Calgary they do, but I don't think in Chestermere. Is that correct?
I believe it's part of our traffic safety bylaw that's about e-scooters or electronic scooters. I believe they have to wear helmets. I'm not exactly. I talked with Bird about this issue, and this is going to be part of our information package as well about helmets. Bird Canada does provide them. However, it's kind of you bring it, they provide it to you, and you have to carry it around with you. Within our current bylaw, CPO can issue tickets for that, so that would eventually stop people. That would provide people with incentive to follow the traffic control bylaw. But
Callan, my question was: is in our biking bylaw, do we have to wear helmets? Pedal bikes.
sorry, I believe that's part of the traffic safety bylaw.
Well, is it just scooters that you're saying in our bylaw are referenced for helmets, or bicycles?
I don't know that information off by hand. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other comments in relation to the data? Councillor Watts?
Thank you through the chair. Kellen, wasn't it originally part of the plan to have attached helmets to the bird scooters? I'm just wondering what happened, what was the cost for change with no helmets attached to the units themselves?
No, that's a fair question. It was under my impression that there would be helmets as well. I think this is one of those things that why we have bi-weekly meetings with Bird. They did mention that they can provide them. It just the problem with it's twofold. One, people just toss the helmets, leave them, so they're not necessarily attached to the scooters. And another issue, it frankly is sanitary. It's better just to have your own helmet. I'm sure yesterday nobody really wants to put on someone else's sweaty helmet. So I do think this is an area where we can improve in further years, especially with the information package, is making it very clear that helmets are required to wear while operating these devices. So, of course, there's a bit of a growing pains. Thankfully, there hasn't been too many accidents or any serious injuries, which is thankful. And they're not going as fast, but as you said, with bicycles, if we have one, if you have to wear a helmet for one, why not the other? So it is a bit of a double standard. So I think within the few weeks, by the time we provide the next update, we should have a more suitable answer with the helmets. So,
Councillor Foat?
It'll be interesting to see what you find as far as wearing helmets, because I know that is one of the safety issues that you have to have if you're riding side by side in the city.
Councillor Watt?
Thank you through the chair. Just a quick follow-up question. Do the scooters come with horns or little bells when you're passing, say, a pedestrian? Do they have equipment such as that?
That is a good question. I do not know off my hand.
thank
Sorry,
you.
I can find out for you though.
Thank you.
Do you have any comparable data in relation to the scooters being used in our city versus per capita in other cities?
Not off by hand, but I'm sure that information is available.
Yeah.
It can be
that'd
provided.
Great. Thank you. All right. Are there any other further questions? All right. If I can get the motion to accept that for information. Councillor Henley?
Motion that council accepts the e-scooters in Chestermere July update presentation as information.
All in favor? Or any comments or questions? Sorry. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Callan. All right, so moving on to our financial report. So our first one that we're going to be looking at is item E1, which is our utility rates presentation, being presented by Ann Ty this morning. Good morning.
For utility company. So,
Sorry, just a moment.
Mr. Mayor, point of order.
Councillor Dean? I have to speak in your mic, please.
Are we going to do D3, the directive number 3 procedure bylaw right now? Or would you like to follow this report?
For information, D3. Sorry, we can do that right now if you'd prefer. Pardon me? I think that was brought up in our amendment to the
Yeah.
agenda today, right?
Yeah, so we moved the procedure bylaw to be D3 in the amendments for the agenda, so.
Correct, that's true. So yes, if we could move forward with our presentation on Directive 3. Do we have a presentation on Directive 3? Do you want to go through the, like the recommendations of the procedural bylaw?
I believe the directive is for council to review the current procedural bylaw. Administration has provided some suggestions if you decide you'd like to review those at the same time.
Yes, so can we have that, I guess, presented to us and read through?
Sure. Kate, could I ask you to step up to the podium to do that?
Yes.
I'm sorry if you could just bear with us because this was to be in camera, so we're not exactly prepared. Just give us one moment. May we have a recess, Mayor, just to get organized?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your patience again. We're just going to get started again at 11 a.m. For balance of our council meeting today. So at this point, what we're going to do is staff has asked for a little bit of time in relation to the presentation for D3, as we brought that on from out of camera to in camera to the council floor today. So we'll postpone that till later on today. So I would like to move forward with the financial reports E1, which is presented by Ann Tai, who came up here already, so thank you very much for your patience. Can you turn your mic on, please? Thank you.
So I would like to present the projection for revenue and expense for utility company. You move. So, today's presentation is that staff is seeking for motion from council to accept the presentation for the 2023 revenue and expense projection for the Jessamine Utility Company, 1538974 Alberta Ltd as information. The next slide is our projection is based on the growth and the rate. In this slide, we show that the current rate in 23 is the same rate as the 22. So the projection is based on the same rate as shown in here. And the next page, it will show the growth. According to the growth study from the planning department that provide to finance in December, the projection growth is 566 new household in Jessamine in 23. As of June 2023, we already have 330 new account create. So our projection is based on the growth. So the first 6 months is based on actual, and the next 6 months is based on the growth that we project. On the next slide, we would like to show the revenue, just pure revenue and expense. In 23, we project to receive a total of 16 million in revenue, and expense we project to receive 12,684,000 in expense. That's not including amortization and the financial costs. So that will leave us the net income for 3.368 million. And then if we can see the amortization on the asset that created by the utility, so we call it amortization on the rate base, so that will be funded by the rates at 2 million. And the financial costs, we do have financial costs funded by offsite levy and the loan for others that not fund, so we call it financial cost for rate base. So that would be 514. If we take the net income and surplus minus the amortization for rate base and financial cost, we still have a position of 821,000 in net income. So that I just want to show to council that with the current rate, we are still achieve with that 800,000 surplus. And and this is just the projection. There will be additional costs or and other audit items that come to this. So this is just purely revenue and expense projection. So that's the end of my presentation, and the council. Yes. So if you have any question for me before.
Thank you, Ann. Just in case you mentioned it, just wanted to bring forward, when do we think we'll be able to come forward with the discussion around setting utility rates for the expected reductions in utility rates?
So I really want to do a really thorough study about the rate, especially with the dissolution of utility also on the radar to do.
Yep.
And it for I think if we do study carefully and then along with the merging the CD with the utility, that's a good time when we do projects. So I don't project the end of the year for the next 2024 will be the projection day, but we still depend on how we do with the study.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor, are there any other conversations or discussions? Comments? All right. Councillor Hanley?
I guess just for clarity for the residents, when you go back in the presentation where you showed there on that slide on the amortization rate-based and the finance cost rate-based, like the finance costs are offsite levies because it's been funded in advance. That money is recovered from the developers as they, contribute over the future years.
And yeah, sorry. This is the rate base. So this is the loan for regular project. It's not offsite levy project, so it
Okay.
will be funded by the utility rates.
Okay, so this is things where the utility company did work, right?
Yeah, to
And had
borrow
to borrow
for-
money,
yeah.
and the cost of that borrowing
Yeah.
is funded by the ratepayers.
Yeah.
And your amortization rate based, is you're saying that is the
On
portion.
the assets that utility creates on its own, it's not the contribute assets.
So, okay, so then in the two, on the contributed assets, because if I look at those two, you're basically $2.5 million, right? And your total is 3.3. So that means 800,000 of amortization is for all of the contributed assets?
800,000 is the net surplus after the amortization, right? Revenue minus expense, minus amortization, minus the financial cost, we still have a room of 800,000. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted clarity of what you included in those numbers.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ann.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Councillor Watt?
Thank you through the chair to Anne. Anne, do you mind just helping me understand under expenses under the other for 743,000? What is that pertaining to?
I already prepared for that. That is included in the bank charge and the interest on the swap. So that because the interest rate is increased so much right now, so we in the position of loss. So it's that increase more expand. If you look at prior year 2022, the interest rate is still low, so that we gain. Right? Yeah. So
I don't know. Do you have any idea when our contract is up with EPCOR for management?
management for EPCOR, I think it's a
It's okay
10,
if you don't know. I just
15 years.
is it a year and a half or something?
2027 is when their contract
2027,
comes to an
okay.
end.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? All right, if I could see the motion for this. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council accepts the presentation for the 2023 revenue and expense projection for the Chestermere Utility Company 1538974 Alberta Limited as information.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried? Thank you, Anne. Okay, moving on with our agenda. We have item number 2, which is the Q2 results presented by City Director Kim Wallace. Good morning.
Good morning, Council and Mayor. I have asked Antai to join me because this is a combined effort on our parts, and she obviously can answer questions in greater detail than I can. I'm sorry, what? Oh, you're going to take care of it. Okay. Okay, so we are here today to present the Q2 financial reports for the city. So that's for a time period from January to June of 2023. And the intention of the presentation is to provide an update to council on the Q2 results. And staff is seeking a motion from council to accept the presentation on Q2 financial 2023 report as information. Our agenda is first we'll be going through a review of the revenue and expenses as a summary, an overall summary. Then we'll go into a little bit of the details regarding the expense report, and then we'll do highlights for the revenue. We will also bring division highlights for corporate services, community operations, and CGI, and then of course a summary and questions for council. So to begin, we've started off the year where we're halfway there in a really great positive note again. So our revenues are up by $1 million year over year, and with $3 million to the good. So growth and planning, you can see year over year we are up by $500,000. Corporate services were up by approximately $300,000. Community operations for revenue, we are up by $439,000, and community safety again up by $100,000. And our general revenue is at $419,000. So you can see that our revenue is up. We attribute a lot of our revenue growth, or our revenue, to the growth in the city. Our expenses, we are doing well with expenses. We are significantly under budget, which we're very excited about. So growth and planning, we are down from budget $100,000. Corporate services, again, showing down from budget. Community operations, down from budget. Community safety, down from budget. Economic development, down from budget. Council, slightly down from council. And then our tax for municipal and education, just slightly down. So revenue versus expenses, we are in the good at this point by just a little over $3 million, which is exciting. So to drill down a little bit into our expense report year to date, the city is $3.5 million better than budget, as I just explained. So we'll walk through some of our highlights here. Salaries and benefits are over last year. However, we are under budget, which is great. We've been filling in our staff, which is fantastic. Amortized expenses are on point. That's exactly where we expect them to be. Other contracted general services are slightly below budget, which is excellent. Legal is significantly lower than budget. Our audit number is a little interesting, and if we need to have questions around that, I will let Anne answer that. I believe it's about accruals. Our telephone and internet, slightly above. Staff expenses, which is training and development. You can see that we have spent significantly on our staff training and development, and I do want to make note there that our council has encouraged our staff to continue to educate in their areas of expertise, and our staff have taken us up on that offer, so that's fantastic. Our insurance is slightly above, but we do accredit that to inflation. Consulting services are a little bit down from what we budgeted, but again, it's because our salaries are now up, which is great. Rentals and leases are down. Repairs and maintenance are down. Excellent. Purchases from other governments, kind of in a neutral place there. Goods and supplies are in a good place in comparison to what we budgeted. Our utilities are down. Transfers to other organizations and individuals are down significantly. Interest on our long-term debt is slightly above, but again, we attribute that to the higher interest rates. And then the banking charges, which is a product of our operation. And if you could just scroll down a little bit, Callan. So these are some of the things that explain those itemized things. I think we've reviewed them in the past, but I'll go through it again. So other contracted and general services include things like licenses and permits, postage expenses, subscriptions and membership fees, and in this year, the census for our contracting services for our census. Transfers to organization or individuals include contributions to the library, contributions to the rec center, well, that I believe is meant to be, say, non-for-profits, payments to WID and community services programs. Our staff expenses include travel and sustenance, employee recruiting costs, other allowances and benefits, mileages, moving expenses, training and development, which is the big one, clothing and shoes, but that's more for our outside workers. Moving on. These are our revenues year over year, which we are up, as I stated early, by approximately $1 million, which is fantastic. We are contributing a lot of that to our new growth. So sale of goods and user charges are up almost $500,000 and up from what we had budgeted. Our penalty and costs on taxes are lower, and because our taxes, we are not taxing to the same as what we had expected due to our decrease. Licenses and permits are up from what we had budgeted and up over last year. Investment income is a little bit lower, but again, we are attributing that to the economy. Government transfers and grants are a little bit lower, but on target from what we had last year. A draw from restricted surpluses is basically what we do annually. Draw from equity is on target as well. So you can see here we are, it was $25.6 million last year, and this year we're at $26.6 million in revenue at the same time. So we are doing great. Again, some of these items that go into these categories. So license and permits revenue includes business licenses, animal licenses, residential development permits, which is a big one, changes in use development permits, building permits, gas, plumbing, and electrical permits. Sale of goods and user charges includes the franchise fee, fines, subdivision admin fees, certificates of compliance, subdivision requests, engineering, inspections, boat launch fees, and other general miscellaneous revenues. So, moving along, today I'll give you just a highlights of what corporate services has completed in this last quarter. So, predominantly in finance, our tax 2023 bylaw was approved with a 25% reduction in the residential mill rate, which is fantastic. Our tax bill was sent out in June 2023, and the taxes are now due in July of 2020 or July of 2031. We created 96 new tax rolls in 2023. We have collected approximately $732,000 in tax arrears. We've completed the utility 2022 financial audit, which is fabulous. We collected $62,000 in utility arrears. We've installed 330 new water meters, which is contributed to growth. And our water meter replacement program was a success with 163 meters replaced in 2023. And in other areas of corporate services, IT installed Wi-Fi services to the Parks building, which is Building A in Public Works. They installed a new Pro fuel station at Public Works. They reorganized the Active Directory, which is how our users are stored on our server. They also upgraded our VPN server. Our community support services launched the community service survey and assessment review. We have done a little bit of a council chamber renovation, as we all see, and the e-scooter launch was done this last quarter. And some of the standout events were the Royalty Tea Party the Métis flag ceremony, the Seniors Week and Tea, the Tour de Chestermere bike tour, the inaugural Chestermere Carnival, which everyone had a great time at. And we also launched the printed Chestermere Community Guide that we have distributed throughout the community, which continues to be, we always have to restock in our different locations. People are enjoying it. And we have also done the soft launch of the civic site as we presented last week. In terms of community operations, community safety, they have updated their animal control, OHV, and traffic control bylaws, as everyone remembers. They've added new adventure bikes for the community to use. Community Fire has also done an update. We provided a Northern Alberta wildfire support, as we all remember. But basic life support and enhancement service has been started, and firefighter staff Olympics event, which was a great fun for everybody. Environmental services, they continue to meet increased growth projections higher than forecasted. They have a weekly organics collection started. Their eco center increased hours of operation, which is great. The facilities department, they have new projects updated. Work orders completed. Golf ball liability project is going to be discussed. Renovations for the City Hall chambers, they were instrumental in helping complete that project. This project, and life cycle projects. Parks have been very helpful in supporting our events. They also did Paradise Road Dog Park, which is now completed, which is excellent. Weed harvesting started on the lake. The bike park opened and the boat launch opened. Roads, Storm and Fleet, Rainbow Road double seal coat was completed, and the crosswalk and stop lines have been painted. Moving along, CGI updates, just a little bit. We'll walk through these. Their department has completed a lot, which is fantastic. They did Rainbow Road expansion. Volcor, mobilized on site, and they will be starting the roundabout within a week, which is excellent. The utility master plan, the contract has been awarded to CIMA. The master transportation plan, approximately 50% complete. The final TMP presentation to council is planned for September 26, 2023. The recreation district feasibility study, 90% of that is complete, targeting to completed by the end of August. The entertainment district feasibility study is just become underway with a planning consultant for 3D concepts. The Civic Center feasibility study kickoff meeting has been completed with stakeholder group including Rocky View School Board. Expected completion is in 2023. The Chestermere Boulevard Bridge feasibility study, 90% what is complete. The presentation was today. Rainbow Road South feasibility study, 90% of that is complete. They will finalize it once the TMP is complete with the traffic counts, and they are targeting that for the end of September. The LUB update, the project is underway. To be seen in 2023, to be completed in 2023. The water transfer station upgrade, 50% of that is complete, targeting completion in September with pump upgrade. Centralized storm facility, the council presentation has been complete. The next item is a council workshop scheduled for September 19th, 2023. The copper service life replacement program, contract recently awarded to O'Leary in 2023. The scope is to be completed before the end of construction season. City Hall parking lot expansion design build. Tender closed June 30th. Only one bid was received, and that too was disqualified due to late submission. City is looking at obtaining pricing by invitation only now. Rainbow Road Bridge upgrade, working with AEP for disposition of land for the new bridge, planning to tender this month and contract award mid-September for a fall start. An OSL project has been completed. That's just one bit of it. Here we go, some more. The development service summary from April to June 2023. The development permits issues is 396, as Anne had stated. Development permit fees is at 49, almost $50,000. The number of building permits used is 320. Number of residential units is 146. Building permit fees is at 916,000 as per Questica. And estimated construction value at this point is a little over $50,000.
50 million.
$50 million. A few more numbers there. Planning application summary, subdivision. 10 subdivision applications have been received, which is fantastic. 4 in Q1, 6 in Q2. 8 subdivision approved so far this year with 459 lots. 2 endorsements reviews are underway. 3 additional endorsement packages are anticipated. Subdivision and application fees are at $71,700, 2023 total, and $26,200 in Q2. The land use bylaw amendments have been done. Direct control for storage containers, city initiated. Secondary suites, adding as use in RPFD, city initiated. Add definitions for a healthcare facility as permitted use in BPLI. The outline plan, Serenity is under review. Development permits, three comprehensive applications under review. And lastly, safety, no near misses or incidents in Q2 for our CGI team, which is great. So in summary, the Q2 financial picture shows the city is in excellent position. Year over year, revenues are up by approximately $1 million, and we are showing a $3.5 million betterment over the 2023 budget. A great news story for the city. So council, do you have any questions or would like to review any items?
Thank you very much. Councillor, are there any questions or comments in relation to today's presentation? Councillor Vogt?
This is more of a comment. You said that the city was involved in that directory that was printed out.
Yes.
And it actually is both in English and there was a lady that stepped up and translated it into Punjabi. And they handed out 1,500 of those booklets to people.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Fote, but I believe that was the Older Adults Coalition that did that one in particular, and we're really happy that they did that, and I know that it's been very, very well received. That's something to consider for our community guide.
I think that's a great work of our coalition, but it was funded well. Thank you.
It really was, yes, that's excellent.
Thank you. Are there any other comments in relation to today's presentation? Looks like staff is off to a great start, which is incredible to see. So definitely keep up the good work. I'm sure there's lots coming down the pipe.
Definitely is.
This year. All right, if we have a motion to proceed with this. Okay, if I can get this motion read into the record. Councillor Vogt?
Motion that council accept the Q2 financial 2023 report presentation as information.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Good job. All right, so we're moving on to, I believe, Liz. We're going to move on to section F, which is bylaws, number 1, which is page 220 to 273. Bylaws number 015-23, which is a planned lot cap municipal development plan amendment. This will be for the first reading and then for the scheduling of a public hearing in the future. Good morning, Liz.
Good morning. I'll try that again. All right. If everyone is ready, I will jump into discussing the proposed MDP amendment regarding the planned lot cap, which is bylaw 015-23. The application is intended to present today that the planned cap lot I can't talk. I'm sorry. It's going to be a long next couple hours for you if I can't get my words out. The proposed planned lot cap amendments to the municipal development plan. We are seeking two motions today. The first being a request for first reading, and the second being to set a public hearing for September 12th, 2023. The applicant is Stantec Consulting Limited on behalf of Anthem Properties. I do believe they might be on virtually today, but they are not here in person. The proposal is to remove the 35% cap on the planned lot development that is contained in the municipal development plan. The areas that would be subject to this amendment are essentially all of the undeveloped, newly developing communities that you can see on this image. And the reason that it applies to these ones is that it's something that is done as part of your design of a newer community, so it doesn't really impact the existing communities. The proposed MDP amendment is to add the following section to residential neighborhoods under 3.2 land use goals. Number 9 would be new residential areas should accommodate a comprehensively designed communities that provide a mix of dwelling units from single detached, planned lot, duplex, semi-detached, and multi-unit dwellings. And then we also are bringing forward the amendment to section 3.4.4.4, and that is to strike out what you see in red here that says shall not comprise more than 35% of single family housing within an outline plan. That is being proposed to be removed. The rest of the statement stays the same, and it basically, I'll read it into the record just so everyone can hear it. To provide a range of housing choices and meet various housing needs, the city shall support planned lot development offering smaller lot, semi-detached housing within residential neighborhood. Planned lots shall adhere to the following conditions. Should be dispersed throughout an outline plan, where appropriate to avoid concentrations of such housing in any one area, and promote integration of these developments throughout the community. Design guidelines for planned lots shall be established at the outline plan stage. As part of this amendment, the applicant did a review of multiple options. They presented a case-by-case review, which would basically keep that 35% cap unless otherwise approved by council. And they also looked at removing the cap, which is the one that they have preferred and the one that we just discussed. They also looked at increasing that planned lot cap to, say, 60%. They also looked at changing how that planned lot cap works from single detached dwellings to all dwellings. So they would add to 35% of all dwellings in an area. And replacing the planned lot cap within the minimum requirements for R1. So the minimum 10% of all residential areas to be R1 district. They also did some research. They looked at what Airdrie does, and Okotoks and Cochrane. And so Airdrie does have an MDP policy that requires, they support that. However, it's not the intent of the city to encourage this housing form as the dominant housing form or option within a neighborhood. And they do have an note that it should not exceed 35%, similar to what Chestermere's is. However, my understanding is their narrower lot is actually a lot larger than a lot smaller than our narrow lot. The Okotoks MDP provides that at least 40% of the total proposed housing units be something other than single detached housing stock. So it doesn't talk about what that has to look like. And Cochrane, on the other hand, does not have a specific policy in their MDP that restricts narrow lots or quantitatively measures or promotes or restricts them. So the bylaw was circulated in accordance with the digital advertising bylaw, or administration will. It hasn't been circulated yet. The proposed bylaw will be circulated to internal departments and external agencies. As well, when reviewed against the CMRB requirement from the regional evaluation framework, the opinion of the applicant and administration is the proposed amendment to the MDP would be classified as a small text amendment and is not considered regionally significant as per the definition, and therefore a circulation would not be required on this application. The bylaw review process, first reading today. We are proposing, if council chooses to proceed, public hearing would be on September 12th, and then second and third reading would be at a date to be determined. And I am here to attempt to answer some questions and talk about this more. And again, the applicant is on the line and able to answer questions should council have any for them.
Thanks very much, Liz. Councillor, are there any questions for Liz? Can you go back a few steps in your presentation?
Maybe.
So today we're asking to increase the 35% lot cap.
The request before us is to remove it. So if I can jump in and maybe do an explanation, the way I look at an outline plan, having done a couple of them over my years, is that it's a negotiated process. The developer comes in and says, this is what we want. Administration looks at it against all of our statutory documents and says, okay, how have you met these policies? How are you going to meet and or exceed these requirements? How does it fit within the statutory framework that exists in our municipality? So our MDP, the area structure plan that has been approved above it, how are you going to do this? How are you meeting the CMRB? Everything has to be compliant. And so right now we have this clause that says 35% maximum. What they're saying is get rid of it and rely on that negotiated process. And so they might come in and I don't have an application in front of me that I'm reviewing from them to present to council in terms of what they're looking at. But let's just hypothetically say we want 90% planned lots. We would come back and say, hey, this does not meet the requirements of the MDP. This is not a variation in housing type. This is not, we'd list off a bunch of reasons. And maybe that number would end up being 50%. Again, completely hypothetical. On the opposite, they might come in, depending on market, and say, we don't want any. We just want large estate lots. And we'd say, well, that's not meeting the demographics of the community either for new housing and new opportunities for people. So we would have a dialogue around that. And that is the typical process. The 35% cap, as I understand, was put in many years ago. And we do have a letter from Build that all the developers in this community that work in Chestermere support removing this cap. At this point in time, administration is actually not coming out with a recommendation of we support removing the cap or not. We're supporting going to public hearing to hear feedback from the community. And I should actually add on that note as well, they did hold an open house. Our staff were in attendance and a total of 2 people came out to it. One of which did fill in the survey and indicated they were in support via the survey. The other one indicated 2 Stantec employees that they are in support verbally. So what we've heard so far is the community is not coming out to talk about this. That said, the public hearing, knowing the history on this one, we might have more people come out. And so we want to see what the community has to say about this one. And that's why we're recommending the public hearing at this point in time.
Councillor Funk?
Do any of our master plans have any data to support being able to even go in this direction? Transportation, utility?
So whenever anyone comes in with an application, we have to plan for the minimum 8 UPA. There is no maximum. So the way we get to 8 UPA is over an entire outline plan area. We'll have areas that will be the larger single family. We'll have areas that will have planned lots. We'll have areas that have 4 stories, walk-ups, and various types of housing typology. So when we look at getting a little bit more dense, at each application, whether it be an area structure plan or an outline plan, you have to provide those transportation impact assessments and look at how they fit within everything. So unfortunately, Mark is not here today, but I do see Travis, and I'm not sure if he can talk to the assumptions that are being made in the studies that are being done right now. But I would say that even when those future applications come in, they have to address what that would look like. So there is still checks on that.
Good morning, Council. So in general, I would say that a lot of the servicing study components are completed at the outline stage plan in regards to the density of the community. Correct me if I'm wrong, Liz. This application to amend the MDP doesn't necessarily increase the density. They're just shifting the product type. So they could increase the number of narrow lots, but then pull away from, say, the number of units within a condo site or a multifamily site. Is that correct?
Yes and no. We don't know what they're going to propose in their outline plans till we see them, right? So that density might be a bit higher, but it also might not be. So it's about different product offering more so than density. They have to meet 8 UPA. To my knowledge, we don't have a maximum, but it doesn't mean that they're going to be at 20 UPA. Again, hypothetical number. It doesn't guarantee a higher density, and it really isn't something that we can calculate until we start to see those outline plan applications and what those will look like.
If I can add to that, then from the planning application review and engineering review, then administration would still have control over making sure that whatever the community or the outline plan or subdivision application is proposing, that it's actually serviceable, and that if we feel that there's whatever that's required, if it's a servicing upgrade, transportation improvement or whatnot, then we will specify that. Okay.
And ultimately, no outline plan is approved without council as well. And part of our presentation to council on any outline plan would be based on the TIA that they did, it is compliant with our transportation master plan. Based on the servicing studies, we have servicing for this. That is part of our review and would be information presented to council with each and every outline plan, regardless of this amendment. That is our due diligence as administration.
If I can add to that too, Liz and council, if I may, the driver in this application is to be able to provide more affordable options as well. And the large residential lot in the current market conditions, it's hard to get into right now. And so what the developer's trying to do is create a little bit more of a mix and not have entirely the large residential lots. Because if you look at the percentage cap right now, the 35% cap is to specific lots, right? Whereas when you had talked about Airg, for instance, their 35% or 30 or 35% cap is based on the lots as a whole, right? Not just the single detached lots. Is that correct?
Ours is not very well defined, actually, how we calculate it. That is a challenge that we have come across with other applications. For example, Clearwater Park. When they're looking at this cap, they calculated it in multiple ways to show that they were respecting it, because it's not defined how we're going to calculate it very well. I think on this density question, if we do have Stantec on the line and council is willing, I think that this would be a great one to see what their comment is on it. But I will leave that to council's discretion if they want to ask.
Okay. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, Liz, when it seems that they're basically saying, let the market determine what it should be, the split should be, and they'll do the design. Will that change when an outline plan comes to council, how you present it to council, whether or not the density is increased or decreased or what they're trying to do? Will it influence that? I understand that the overall still has to match the number.
So, yeah, I'll try to answer that question. Every single application coming in has to match the 8 units per acre, which is in our MDP, and has to meet the requirements of everything in the MDP. So when we do a review, we go through the MDP and we go, hey, it meets this policy, it doesn't. So right now, one of our requirements is, does it meet the planned lot cap of 35%? So I won't be able to tell you, if that planned lot cap was in place, this is what that density would be, because they're not going to follow it. They're not going to give me that information. What I'll be able to tell you is that based on the revised, I'll go back to this one, based on this revised clause and this one, it shows a comprehensively designed community that provides all of these housing types. And that's a check mark I have to be able to put next to it as administration. I would also look at this one and it says they should be dispersed throughout. So for example, if somebody came in with a plan that had 80% planned lots, I'd say, where's the dispersion of this? It doesn't meet this. And so in our review, we would work with them and go back and forth. And ultimately, I'd come to council and say, we support this, or hey, administration still has concerns with this element. It is not dispersed throughout. And therefore, council would be able to make an educated decision with the knowledge base of does it meet or not meet, why or why not.
And council, just to confirm, we have both Stantec and the developer on the line as well. So if we do have questions specific to them, I don't know if this being the first reading, if we could even open the floor to them to provide comment or not.
I believe that is council's decision if they have specific questions for them, but Ledge Services would be the best ones to answer that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I believe first reading basically just puts the item on the table, right? So then you can have a discussion, and that's the point of a public hearing. So, from your answer, I can understand exactly why you're saying, okay, let's get first reading and go to public hearing. Let's hear what everybody has to say and get that feedback so that we can make an informed decision.
Yeah, and even for administration to put together an informed recommendation. There are many elements of this application that has some very good planning merits. But I think the community I'd like to hear from the community, and I'd recommend the same to council.
Councillor Dean?
Thank you, through the chair to Liz. When was sorry, not the public hearing, when was the open house that you described where only 2 people attended?
Let me find that date. It was at the start of July. Due to scheduling issues, they did not want to put it on the last day of school. I recall that off the top of my head. I was at it. It was an evening.
So early July, though, so recently.
You know what? It's going to be quicker. My phone. It has the dates in it. My apologies. July 5th.
Okay, thank you. So follow-up question then. Was there a public hearing, or has this topic been discussed previously, similar? I seem to recall something fall of like 21, I think, or something like that, where this came before previous council. And do we still have the information from that public hearing and comments that were made? Thank you.
I was not with the city at that time on this application. So I do know that there was a previous request for this. My understanding through staff and the developer is it was involved a lot more pieces to an MDP amendment, and it became quite controversial. We would have those previous staff reports for sure. We did not bring those forward as, to me, this is a new application to stand on its own merits. There are differences between the past one and the current one. And especially in regards to the public hearing for the last one versus this public hearing, council should be listening to the information presented at the public hearing for what they're considering. So we chose not to include that history. However, that is something that we could do a summary of and bring forward, whether council, however we can do that.
I think this is it's a larger question and a larger debate that specifically to the topic at hand. The 35% I think is a guiding principle for council to know where they should start paying attention. Without that, future councils again might just think they're doing a normal job and just let it go through. These questions are large questions because it impacts policing, it impacts schools, etc. As to how these. It's nice that we have communities that are growing as fast as they are, but if we make them grow even faster, I don't know that the government can keep up. The provincial government, and so affordable housing is a great conversation. It's a good question. What does that even mean? And what should it mean? And so are we looking to provide affordable housing to $100,000 lots, $100,000 condos, apartments? I don't know that we are. And so, they have such dramatic change to our community. And I just think it's a much larger conversation. It needs to happen. You know, if the residents want this to go in a certain direction, that's fine. But if the residents don't want it to go in that direction, that's also fine. And so I think, you know, where we're at today is obviously is to get this into the first reading, and then have a, you know, public open house or public hearing about it. I just want to make sure that we're talking about everything that needs to be talked about, because it's not that simple.
I agree.
Thanks. Councillor Funk?
Yeah, along that lines. So I see the applicant is Stantec Consulting on behalf of Anthem Properties, but yet the outlined area on the map includes all of the current developable area that is currently, which is more than Stantec and Anthem.
So
Why is it encompassing such a huge swath of area?
the MDP covers the entire community. And so there were discussions, and one of their options was to do it on a case-by-case basis, option A. Administration is not in support of that. It will become a very contentious, potentially, discussion every time, and it does not create equity between the development areas. And so this is something that I have advocated against doing case-by-case basis. We're going to end up with some communities that potentially have a much higher density and others with much lower. And I think that planning can be done better than that. And one community may choose to stick within that 35% with rationale for it, and others may not. And I think that from an MDP perspective, I'd rather see a holistic approach to whatever that is. So that is something they did evaluate, is coming in on just theirs. So this map is to show that essentially with the option they're presenting, it could impact any and all communities. You'll note we even have industrial in there. And the reason that we put that in there is that that map could change. So anywhere that could potentially propose residential in new communities could have this be a potential opportunity if you choose to proceed with it.
Do you feel that we're going to get the holistic information required to make a decision like this for a second reading or a public hearing?
Well, I think at the MDP level, it's a holistic approach. The information comes with outline plan applications. So you're going to get that information to support what they're providing, whatever that be, whether it be Anthem Properties or another developer at the time of their outline plan through that negotiated process.
Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, Liz, when we schedule the public hearing and we get the first phase of public feedback, right? At that point in time, like second and third readings don't necessarily have to occur. If at that point in time we decide from that public feedback, or we get a sense of maybe the public wasn't fully aware, right?
Absolutely.
And then, tweak the amendment and call for a second public hearing. Can we not?
I will leave the process questions to Ledge Services. All I will say is my understanding is that at any time, council can turn down a reading. So just because you hold public hearing does not mean you approve it. And then also when you're in second and third, you can also defeat it. So you have 2 years. I just said I wasn't going to try to do this. I'll stop talking. If Ledge Services can help out, that'd be great.
We need a new mic. 12 months from first reading till it's defeated.
If you do nothing, it's 12 months. And in terms of going back to do a new public hearing, that question, how does that work? If they've closed public hearing and decide they want to talk to the public again, can they do that? I think that was your question, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, we believe that you can do that.
So what I'm struggling with is that I prefer, and I don't know if this can be happen in this particular process, is to do an analysis on, we hear a lot of what residents want, for example, more retail, they want Canadian Tires, Home Hardwares, and all, et cetera. What needs to be done though is the density requirements for those businesses to come to Chestermere. So there's a certain amount of density that they need, and so what we can do is, in order to have a proper, in my opinion, in order to have a proper disclosure of what densification means, is well, what benefits come with densification, if any. And so we want to see what kind of volume that is, and depending on what that volume is, then we determine as a community, what are we willing to give up for that, if anything? Because, for example, if we needed only 20% more and we were able to get that with large lots in order to get various services that we want or various retail that we want, that could be achievable. If it's all of a sudden 100% more, well, that is a question that the community needs to answer, is that, are you prepared to have a much higher density in a certain period of time to get what you're looking for? And I just think that is a bit bigger of a conversation that involves our economic development and needs to come back with public hearing from the residents as to, we have a rough idea, of course, what residents want, but it'd be nice to have a bit more of a clear idea exactly what they want. But at the same time, giving them educated options, though. You want this, and that means this. So do you really want that? And if the answer is still yes, then that's fine. And then we come forward with, how to move forward with the densification of that much area, which is fine if it's planned and it makes total sense to the community.
So, if I may,
Yes,
I'm going to tread again on legislative services area. They can tell me I'm wrong at any moment. What I think I would suggest is to proceed with first reading and request administration to come back with more information on exactly what you just decided and not schedule public hearing at this point in time. I think you can do that. I see nods. And that would give us time to work with the applicant to answer the questions around density and come back with more information on that, because I do not feel comfortable answering that today. I think that does require a bit more information and a bit more analysis. And then come back in September with more information for council to consider before deciding whether or not to proceed to set a public hearing.
Could we get those questions answered right now with the applicant online?
Well, I think there's lots of questions that still need to be determined. What are the right questions? The area is, I don't know that picture if you could show it again, but I believe it's all of Chestermere. So we're talking about changing this item from a very specific reference point for councils and future councils to really know that, hey, that's a big idea, to focus on that, to, it's gone. And then what do we want to talk about? And nobody knows the parameters. And if things can change quickly up here.
I think one thing I would like to point out is we are currently scheduled to be doing the MDP update next year. We have to bring it into compliance with the CMRB. And as part of an MDP update or redo, I don't know what that looks like at this point in time. We have not started those conversations. Travis is just aware of it as a budget item at this point. That deep dive into what the community wants to grow up to be, that is a great time to have that conversation. Of course, this applicant is not going to want to wait a year to two for that conversation to unfold. So
I think it could happen faster than that. It's just access to that information is critical. Knowing what these retailers are looking for is very specific. I've looked at the chart before for like a Walmart, and so they need a 300,000 density around them, right? So that's a lot for Chestermere. So probably not going to happen, not for a long time anyway. So, but that kind of information is what people need to know. I mean, when you say, I want this, okay, this is what it means. And, that's something that we can decide as a community as to how we will move that forward.
And if I may, Mayor, the only comment I would add to that, which goes along with what you just said, is that and it goes back to Hanley's comment as well in regards to letting the market decide, right? Because it changes, it fluctuates. I've seen many times in the past when an outline plan will go through an amendment because we're going to rezone it to something different that tailors to the current market conditions, right? And so when you get into these large residential lots, and if builders are not buying them because they can't sell them, then the lot just sits vacant. So then the city is out on, 10 tax revenue. We have communities that are half built out. And then again, going back to your retail drivers, we don't have the density. So I'm not saying, I'm just trying to point that out that, you know, subdivisions and certain phases could be incomplete or look like they've been dragged out for many years just because the market's not asking for large residential lots. So anyways, I just want to add that.
Well, and it is true because one of the goals of our council is to add more commercial revenue to our tax base. We're roughly 5% or so. And there are specific conditions that allow for that to increase. And we want to try and create jobs in Chestermere. It's nicer to live in Chestermere and work in Chestermere. That's an amazing experience. That does bring certain criteria that we have to try and meet, but we need to identify those criteria. And so that we make decisions that make sense. Right, so that we understand why we're doing what we're doing, and if we're trying to bring more light commercial or warehousing or what have you, so that we can have jobs in Chestermere. That's a very key focus, and with those jobs, often comes lower paid income, which needs a certain type of housing, and so you start to build your case why you're doing something. Without that information, I don't know how we're just saying we need this. So I just feel we just need that information. So in relation to today's, if there's any other comments, we can definitely start the first reading today, and then have staff consider what council has indicated, and then come back with when you believe we can have this larger conversation, and whether that's the form of a public hearing or whether that's a form of a public. It's good to have in the public. It's a good conversation, right? And as I was trying to reach out to Chestermere as to what residents really want, because we are growing very quickly. We're going to become from a small city to a big city, and it'd be nice to try and keep certain characteristics, if possible. And I've had lots of conversations with our police, our RCMP, and whatnot, and how we would grow impacts that side of the world, that side of things, and so there's a lot of pluses and there's a lot of minuses to how you want to do things, and it's not just so we can crash our taxes. Some of us are okay with paying certain taxes if it means certain things. But at the same time, if we want the other things, then we have to decide what's the formula that we want to put together. And it's a great conversation, and it's a great process, and I'd love to get into it with eyes wide open. So I think today, for going forward, if council doesn't have any other comments, if we can move forward with the motion to move the first reading along, and then figure out, I guess, next steps after that, given our robust conversation. Council, if I could get the motion read into the record. Councillor Funk?
Motion that council give first reading to bylaw 015-23, being the planned lot cap municipal development plan amending bylaw.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions in relation to the bylaw? Sorry, the motion. Councillor Funk?
Personally, at this time, I don't support this, in that we have a lot of other initiatives and things going on, and this being such a global change that can be handled at outline plan changes and smaller situations as they arise. I think we're way behind on a lot of infrastructure that residents have been complaining about, i.e. schools and things that need to catch up. And maybe in 2-3 years, when we catch up on some of these things, that could be looked at. But personally, at this time, I probably won't support this.
Okay. Liz?
If I may, this is an administrative time that will be going into this. This request will be put back to the applicant. So, yeah, just in terms of the effort that will go into this, a lot of these questions will be put back to the applicant to do the evaluation. There is still staff time, don't get me wrong. I'll have to understand whatever they propose, but the bulk of the work will be requested from the applicant to do.
Are there any other comments in relation to the motion on the floor? Councillor Fote?
I have a little problem with, I would not support this. I guess I would agree with Councillor Funk that I think we need more information. My biggest concern is when I see that they want to take the cap up higher, you're going to create other problems in the city. And our city has been known for its size of lots and things like that. And I do appreciate that people want to have a home. But I think there's some things to consider, and I would like them to do a study, is where they have high density, what does that do to I'll just pick on crime, safety within the community. I'd like them to bring those numbers forward.
Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I'm concerned of, when people come in and they make an application to the city, there's some noise here, is like the comment of 35%, whether they want to go higher or lower is unknown. We don't know what they want to actually do, right?
Oh, they'll go higher.
Yeah, well, which is an assumption of, but, so if you go and say, okay, I want the whole thing to be townhouses, right? And chances are, come to council's going to say, no way, go away, right? Or they could come back and say, oh, I want them all huge estate lots, right? And council can come back and say, well, and maybe depending on the area, council may say, oh, okay, for this particular area because it makes sense or whatever. But they may say, no way, you don't offer the affordability. It could be if there's a whole bunch of industrial there and there's low-paying jobs and these are housing that's right adjacent to it, that might make sense. But those are all unknowns. We don't really know what we're dealing with. And as we get more information, after we've done the first reading, we can stop this at any point in time going forward. We've done that before. We've given first reading, we've come back, we've seen something, and we said, no, we're not going to allow this to go forward. I think we set a bad precedent by, just tossing it away right at the beginning. I think we need to put it on the table and then at least consider it. Let everyone have a say.
If I may, the one thing I would say is right now, that clause is only 35% maximum for planned lots. Someone could come in tomorrow and say, I want 100% townhouses. There's nothing stopping that. There is nothing stopping somebody from coming in and saying, I want 100% large single-family lots. This is the only zoning that has a restriction on it. Good planning principles and meeting the intent of the MDP, we're not going to, as administration, recommend council approve any document that had 100% of one thing in it for an entire outline plan area, which is typically in excess of a quarter section of land. We're not going to say that. That doesn't meet the MDP intent. That doesn't meet multiple policies in the MDP. So I think it's worth noting that this is the only land use that has a restriction around it. You could come in and apply for 100% of any other land use.
Question, does it make sense to have the developer who's interested in this and how it's being applied to the rest of the city assist with the creation of the review that we're kind of looking for, rather than it being on the list of to-do for the city and when eventually we're going to get to it? And
for the MDP amendment?
Yeah.
Or the MDP overhaul, typically they are led by the municipality. So Chestermere would hire a consultant. The development community would be one of many contributors to that process. So if we were to be looking at doing that now, we would have an engagement strategy prepared by whoever the successful proponent is. They would likely include the development community with special specific meetings. They would likely include meetings with the public and more than one meeting with the public. You'd also include our recreation providers, our different types of stakeholder groups in that review. The development industry is just one, albeit it's an important one, but others would argue recreation is more important than the development industry. So when we do the entire MDP, It'll include all of the various stakeholders. I should also mention council's a stakeholder, and all the administrative departments that utilize the MDP are important stakeholders. And so it's quite the undertaking. And so this applicant would be part of that process. I would not suggest that they would lead it. It'll be quite a big project. It'll be exciting.
So right now, for first reading, they're looking for this bylaw relating to the MDP. Does that preclude us from, in second reading, from adjusting it to their specific area?
I'll look to Ledge Services again. My understanding is that you can make changes after public hearing. It's how substantive they are as to whether or not they will require a new first reading. My understanding of the MGA is it is not explicit on what substantive is, because every application and every amendment that comes before council is different. It would be impossible to create that list. So if council feels that they hear the public feedback that it is just one area, or for example, I can't go back to it, but the other option of a different cap, instead of 35, maybe it's a 60% cap. Those are things that council may choose to go back and do an amendment to one of those. They may decide, you guys may decide that it is substantive in nature and you'd prefer a new bylaw to come forward and go through that process. I'm not 100% positive what that would look like at this time.
Is it possible to have, I think what's concerning is the more of the holistic change, as opposed to specific. And if a developer is looking for something specific, it's easier for council to wrap their head around it and, looking at smaller impacts, right? As opposed to we're going to impact the whole city with today's discussion.
I would caution that if you do just the one for Anthem Properties, you're going to have every other developer coming in to ask for the exact same amendment for their application.
Yeah.
Because that build letter makes it clear, and in talking with all the developers that I speak with, they all want to see that cap change. So I agree that isn't a potential, and the reason I'm hesitant to do it is I think you're just going to start a lineup out your door and you're going to do this for each and every one of them, and you're going to end up with a holistic change anyways. Or you're going to pick ones and not others, and you're going to start to control the market, which I never personally believe is council's job. But that is my personal.
I'm okay with them approaching, but what I do like is conversation, though, and so I do think it's still a good idea to proceed personally, and I encourage some of this discussion that's happened today to be brought into that next conversation that we might have, whether that be an open workshop or whether that be the public hearing. I mean, that needs to be determined, I guess, with staff, but. Council has obviously spoken pretty loudly about being quite concerned about this immediate densification concept, whether that's intended or not. That's kind of what's being heard. And it is a good conversation and needs to happen. And I think it's good part of our job is to have these tough conversations. So I still encourage it. But we've obviously heard that, we would like some holistic, deep thinking into what the impacts that these kinds of things will have on our small city. We have a certain quality of life here, and I think a lot of people want to protect that, albeit still enhancing what Chestermere means, though, which is a tough job.
Yeah. In my opinion, I would lean towards the option of changing the cap based on not having the answers to the density, and I think that conversation is warranted, and I support that fully. But rather than getting rid of it, I'd look at maybe what is a new cap that provides some insurance that, one, we're administration not going to spend copious amount of time redoing this process for every developer, because it does take time. Even though we're not leading it, it's still multiple meetings, writing reports, understanding their applications. That can be spent elsewhere, and looking at what is an alternative cap that would give the developers a bit more ability to move within that and include more of that zoning, while still ensuring that large lot that is what makes Chestermere in many ways from the design perspective continues to exist. Mm-hmm. What that balance is, I don't know. But
okay.
Can I? Thank you. If I understand process correctly, if we defeat this now, then no information comes back to us. Like, we just stop the process. Mm-hmm. Whereas if we vote yes to this now, it opens the opportunity for us to have all this information come back, that work is going to be, the lion's share of that work is going to be done by the developer, by the applicant, not by our staff. Of course, there's staff time with that. But if we don't pass this at this time, we don't get any of these questions answered, and it just kind of stops.
The applicant may choose to come back with another request, and our MDP does not have a specified time limit that they'd have to wait, whereas if it was a land use bylaw amendment, you're required to wait 6 months. So they could choose to come back tomorrow. They may not. I don't know. I haven't had that conversation. But yeah, it's, and I'm not aware of anything in the MGA that would restrict their ability to come back at any time.
Can I, sorry, Mayor and Council, can we just proceed then if Council chooses to with first reading per Councilor Dean's good comment there, and then just schedule a workshop? Can we just get the development industry, whoever the applicant is, or the developers that want to come in and support this? That way, if you got your first reading in place, if you folks decide to choose that way here today, then that way you hear the information and have the ability to make the amendments prior to public hearing rather than just kiboshing this right now. So could we just schedule a workshop, and then at least then the applicant, we can schedule in September when council's back and they can just come forward with more information.
Okay.
I would recommend working with administration first and then scheduling a workshop. I don't know how much time Stantec would need to put this information together and for administration to review it. I agree absolutely that workshop is a great idea. I don't know the timing without Stantec.
Yeah, I think staff can work that out.
Yeah.
Councillor Funk, you had a comment?
I was just going to suggest that we move forward with the motion that's on the table, and then afterwards we can discuss a workshop if required.
Yep. Okay, so the motion has been read into the record. So there's no changes to the motion that's been requested, so I'd like to proceed to a vote on this. So I'd like to know all in favor? All opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. So then second motion in relation to varying density for bylaw. And do you wish to have a date on that, or I assume it's a pressing issue? Is a month enough time?
In the absence of being able to ask Stantec when they could be able to do this work, I'm reluctant to put a date. I think that I'm comfortable saying that they're going to work as quickly as possible and likely be ready to come back in September. But
that's fine.
Yeah, in the absence of them being here,
you can bring it back when you've got more information, and bring it back to the agenda.
Yeah, and
Councillor Fote?
Would it be wise of us as a council just to make the motion that we refer this back to administration to gather more information and to report back to us within a month?
Essentially, yes. Yeah. Are there any other comments or questions? Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair to Travis. I think for me, I think one of the things that I would like to see is we pointed out that there might be some differences. There are some differences between this application and the one that was done in fall of 2021. And I believe, Liz, you had mentioned that you could outline those. I think that would be valuable as part of that workshop as well, because I'm sure when it comes to the open house stage, some residents are probably going to have the same questions like, hey, didn't I see this before? And so maybe as part of the workshop, getting ready for those open houses, we could have, that could be part of this whole bringing information back, just to even see what the differences are in the two applications.
Through the chair to Councillor Dean. So yeah, 2021 proposal, again, being before my time, but I did hear remnants that I think the big confusion with that one, and maybe hence why there's a map included in this one, is that the existing residents along the lake thought it was impacting them as well. I don't know any more than that, other than that there was a lot of people concerned in the community that it was affecting their lake lots. So,
and we can, if I may, do a deep dive into that. And I know that at least one of the employees with Stantec was around for that past application, and he has some of that history as well firsthand. So we can get into that, but I again do caution that if this makes it to public hearing, that public hearing has to be held on its own merits, not on the merits of a previous one.
Okay, Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, just to be really clear, I think I'm just suggesting it as a bit of a historical piece, not a necessarily influencing the decision, but to really see those differences. And I also think that may also, if people think it's the same thing but just done in a different way, right? Like that could also be problematic going into that public hearing. And so maybe we just hit off some of those misconceptions right away, which I actually think will help that second public, not even second public hearing, but this public hearing stand on its own merits.
Okay, if I could request a councillor to read into the record the motion that's on the screen. Councillor Funk?
Motion that council direct administration to return to council with more information regarding density for bylaw 015-23, being the planned lot cap municipal development plan amending bylaw.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. With that, I'd like to call a break for lunch, so recess, 12, and we'll return back at 2 o'clock. Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for your patience. We're just coming back from our lunch break at 2 o'clock. And I'd like to move forward with our agenda today for our council meeting. Our next item on the agenda is item number F2 under bylaws, which is on page 274 to 292, which is our bylaws 017-23 municipal development plan amendment, first reading and scheduled public hearing, presented today by Elizabeth Armitage, senior planner. So we've had some questions and concerns in relation to the need to redo our public hearing today, and so, or sorry, not the public hearing, the first reading today, which is essentially redoing the process. And so one of the questions, just for clarity, that why we're looking at doing this is that in our public hearing meeting we had we added the North Acreages and Paradise Meadows to the same bylaw with the East Acreages. And so what's been requested is that we should do that in advance of the notice period for the 21 days, I believe it is, for the public hearing, rather than doing that at the public hearing. Even though that all members were advertised correctly. So it's just a matter of process. And so what we're going to try to do today is to move forward with this as quickly as possible, because we know we have residents that are concerned about this and are trying to move forward with their various activities of selling properties and developing lands. And I know it's been a 14-year, 15-year arduous adventure. We're definitely coming close to that closure. And so we wanted to move forward with this today and make sure we get through the process and make sure that we don't have any of these other challenges going forward. So I'd like to invite Liz up to move forward with the first part again, which is again the beginning of the first reading of the MDP development amendment. Sorry. No, that is true, of the MDP plan amendment for the first reading and schedule the public hearing. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I will start, before I even get into anything, to acknowledge what Mayor Colvin has said. You will see there are new bylaw numbers attached to the MDP amendment. This is now bylaw 017-23. The former number, I believe it was 008-23. We have chosen for clarity purposes to present an entirely new bylaw number. The other ones basically just die on the table. And so we are proceeding. This is virtually identical to what was seen before by council at the public hearing that was held. That said, what is very important to understand is this is a new bylaw. The public hearing, when we get through, assuming council schedules a public hearing, must be heard on its own merits. So anyone wishing to speak in favor or against will need to do so again. And new advertisements will go out again should council choose to go through that process. And the information heard during the former one does not apply to this one. People will have to resubmit their feedback, verbally or in writing. So, presentation today is to provide council with the proposed MDP amendment to provide transitional residential development options in the East Acreages, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows. We are looking for potentially up to 3 motions today. The first, that council give first reading to bylaw 017, being the proposed East Acreages, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows municipal development plan amendments as presented. The council direct administration to make the following amendments to bylaw 0, that should, sorry, there is a typo there. Amendments to bylaw 017-23 being the proposed East Acreage, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows municipal development plan amendments. Council, if you choose this motion, you will need to identify what those amendments are. Council to schedule a public hearing for bylaw 017-23, being the proposed East Acreage, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows municipal development plan amendments on September 12th, 2023 at 9 a.m. I will very quickly acknowledge that in order to get this on the agenda for today, when we found out about the motions being disallowed, we did rush to get these done. So I do apologize if in the presentation there are some typos and I might have some bylaw numbers incorrect. What matters is that the bylaws are correct. And so my apologies if I have those 17 and 18 slightly confused as I do on this slide. So before we jump more in, the background is that on March 14th, Council was presented a draft MDP and land use bylaw amendment to provide for infill development in the East Acreage area and to provide for transitional gradual residential development options within the East Acreage area. Bylaw 008-23 was a similar bylaw that was presented to Council between May and July of this year. Due to the procedural errors that are identified in the official administrator's report, the public hearing and subsequent second and third readings were disallowed, which is why we are back today with the new bylaw numbers. The proposed MDP amendment is to amend section 3.4.3, reinvestment in existing communities. Residential development shall be comprehensively designed with future growth in mind, provide subdivision and development application requirements to accommodate infill residential development in the East Acreages, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows in the absence of an ASP. Encourage landowners and developers to develop innovative stormwater, wastewater, potable water, and fire protection strategies. Addition of the TRR district as an opportunity for landowners to densify residential development in a phased manner. The MDP will also be amended to change this map. The spot where it says East Acreages ASP will now just say East Acreages. And so you'll see all three of the areas that are impacted. Only the East Acreage one is being changed in its terminology. That ASP is being dropped and the coloring is being changed to say future planning area. In regards to CMRB compliance, notwithstanding section 4.1, municipalities are not required to refer to the board proposed statutory plans or amendments if they meet the following criteria. In the past, council has discussed that this is viewed as infill development, and that in our opinion and council's previous direction, we continue to believe this does not need CMRB circulation. Bylaw review process. First reading is today. We are looking at public hearing. We're recommending September 12th, as that is the next council date, and that gives ample time for notifications. And then second and third readings are to be determined by council as per our normal process. And I am here to answer any questions, should there be any. I will note that Mark is not here today, Mark Rualt, our engineering guru, but Travis can probably cover off if you have any questions, and I feel like I've heard it enough at this point. I might even be able to.
One quick question, is the notice period 21 days or 30 days?
So the notice period is for a public hearing, I believe it is 14 days. And what is the MGA on that one? I will turn to Ledge Services.
I believe it's 14 days as well.
We typically do circulations. Our process has always been for external agencies 30 days. And so that's public hearing notices is a little bit different than, and I believe our digital bylaw, advertising bylaw has a shorter time frame. We as administration continue to recommend always 14 days. And due to the unfortunate history on this one with the previous public hearing being rescheduled, I like that we have more ample time to make sure the T's are crossed, the I's are dotted, and we only have to do this once more.
Okay, so you'd like us to our approval today, and then you wish to jump to the land use bylaw amendment right after this?
And we'll do the exact same thing for that one, yes.
But the scheduling of the public hearing, is that two public hearings?
They are two separate public hearings, yes. Yeah, same date, same time, same people, but two technically different documents, so two technical public hearings.
Okay, what I'd like to do is just understand if there's any opportunity to do anything earlier.
With the council break,
Yeah.
that would be council's discretion on doing something sooner. I would still recommend ample time to get the word out. Later in the agenda, we do have a request for council to direct administration to work on a public notice piece in addition to the required notice for a public hearing to help explain to landowners why we're doing this. So we would like to make sure that we get the word out and people understand. In particular, I know I've had questions today about why new bylaw numbers, so explaining that, but also really explaining everyone has to come out and represent their opinions at public hearing because the former public hearing does not apply to this one. So that I think is a big point that I want to make sure that landowners hear that message and understand that. So
I'm just wondering if we pass these and then we can set the public hearing date, I guess, for that time. But after that, kind of have a discussion with the members with the public that are involved in that, and see if that time is conducive to what inconvenience we've put them in. And so, if it's possible for us to, with council's conversation, to change a different date, if there's any deadline that we're causing some angst for, that we revisit it.
we're definitely causing angst.
Yeah.
There's no denying that.
So,
on this one.
okay, so we can move forward with this, and then we can always update it shortly thereafter, like the remainder of this week. We can figure this out.
Well, can you go to the motions? Thank you, please. So the first motion is first reading. So I recommend that. In terms of setting a public hearing, if that's something council wants to look at other options for, other dates, we can do that now. However, again, knowing that you guys are going on break, I do recommend getting that date picked so we also know what we're advertising and getting materials out for.
Yeah, we'll have to decide that, because I wouldn't mind hearing a little bit from the public if they have some issues that have come up with it being delayed till that date. And then if council can then, if there is such issue, then council can then potentially figure out if they could try and adjust schedules to make something happen on a as-needed basis. But we won't know that until we get some feedback. So for today, we can pick the date that you've recommended and then figure out if it needs to change.
My only hesitation is I don't want to cause more confusion with picking a date and then changing a date,
Yeah.
because we did that once. Sorry.
You have to stay with the proper time periods for sure.
Yeah, and just if we set a date, I would like to be consistent in that date. So if there's a chance we're not ready to set a date, then I wouldn't set a date. I would just hold off on passing that motion at this time until you know what date you want, rather than setting one and changing one. I'd like this to be as streamlined as humanly possible.
No kidding. Ledge, I'm just wondering, is it possible for us to, are we able to just simply ask some questions in council to the public, or is it better to take a recess?
Sorry, ask questions of the public?
Yes.
At this point in
At
time?
this point, yeah.
So technically for first reading of a bylaw, you do have to make first reading first, and then anything after that.
Okay.
So if you do want to hear from the public for a public hearing.
The public hearing part we can do after, and I'll have a
before.
question. And do that in council rather than recess?
Yeah, we would recommend going into a public hearing to hear from the public if you are looking for that aspect of the bylaw.
More looking as to if there's any time constraints that we're trying to hit. You guys can talk it over, and we'll get through the first reading. Council, if I can get the motion, the first motion, Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council gives first reading to bylaw 017-23 being the proposed east acreages, north acreages, and Paradise Meadows Municipal Development Plan amendments as presented.
Thank you. Councillor, are there any comments or questions as to the motion on the floor? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, so that's First reading. And Liz, you'd like us to read the second motion into the record right now?
No, only if you are proposing changes. One of the technicalities, as I understand it, is that last time we made some changes and you didn't pass that motion with those changes. We're not recommending any changes. So I think the second motion is there just in case you guys want to make changes to what's been presented. But I don't hear any, but we, working with Ledge Services, this is a motion that they helped put together that gives you the opportunity to add changes and have it documented in a motion correctly.
I don't think there was any changes other than including all of the communities, the three.
Which in this bylaw, we already have it. It's a
Started
new
that.
bylaw. We've started with all three in it and you don't have to make any motions.
Okay.
But you're going to start to see that motion in almost all of your first readings so that we capture anything you want to change before you set public hearing.
So unless council has other opinions, I don't think we need to read the second motion about the amendment then. Okay, Councillor Dean?
Thank you. Can I ask a question of the presenter, related but just unrelated to
Please
this
proceed.
exact one? Okay. Through the chair to the presenter. So I know that it will be its own public hearing. It'll stand on its own merit. Is there a way, and this may not be you, this might be for Ledge Services, I'm unsure, but where if I provided written submission of some kind before, is there a way for us to streamline that process so they don't have to write the same thing out again? Like, can we even do something?
It's an email. They can forward it. They can just forward it
Provided they
again,
kept a copy.
right?
Yeah.
Assuming it's in their sent box, but unfortunately, no. We have to have new
data.
submissions, as I understand it. I will let Ledge Services confirm that, but new public hearing, new entirely fresh process.
Yes, the public would have to send in new letters, so if they did do it by hand, unfortunately, they will have to rewrite that and send it in.
Okay.
Yeah.
So again, just for clarity of process, is it okay if I ask questions of the public right now? Or do I have to go into recess?
We would recommend calling a public hearing just due to the fact that obviously 008 and 009 are null and void. We would err on the side of caution with the process. That being said, it's up to you guys.
Well, one of the things that I'd like to know just from the attendees today that are from East Acres, North Acres, Paradise Meadows, if there's any urgency earlier than the public hearing date that we've identified as being possible, September 12th. That seems to be acceptable? All acceptable or not acceptable? Is that too late? Is there?
Just another scale.
It's a little late. Quicker. Okay, well, let's talk about that for a second. So, council, in relation to different dates, so we have, today is the 12th, there is the possibility of having it on the 5th. That is after a long weekend. The earliest we can have it is somewhere in the neighborhood of 14 days from today. I don't know if staff can be ready for that.
We need time to prepare the notice and to pull new addresses, so we need a couple days. So I would say 14 days is going to result in a rushed process again, and I'd rather avoid any unintentional errors. And so, yes, 14 days is technically possible, but in order to pull those addresses, and because we need to pull new addresses, it's been enough time, we can't rely on, because land titles could be updated at any time.
Okay.
So we need a little bit more time than that.
Councillor Funk?
I think part of the problem is setting a date and then moving it forward. What about setting an earlier date and then if we need to, we push it out? Is that?
Council can make a motion to change the date, but then we have to re-advertise it. My hesitation has nothing to do with re-advertising. It has to do with potential confusion. We already had one scheduled, and then because there was issues with our website and getting things on, we had to reschedule that one. So we already dragged people here for one day, taking time off of work. And because they didn't get those notices in time, because the timing didn't work out for them to be aware. Then we held another one. They took another day off work. We set out a date, and then we changed that date. People might have already taken time off work. And so for me, this is purely in the interests of not having people miss more work and being very clear. And so you guys are more than welcome as council to pass a new motion, call a special meeting, change the date. I'm saying try to avoid that is my recommendation. Pick a date and just go with it.
I agree. So what I'd like to hear from council is that we've got 3 dates that we can choose from: the 29th, 5th, or 12th. 29th of August, the 5th of September, or the 12th of September. Is there any preference to Councillor Dean? What's your preference?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair to the rest of the council, I think the date that was suggested was September 12th. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I think we should just stay with the date suggested,
Okay.
given all the other factors that we haven't even talked about yet, including staff vacations and resident vacations and all those sorts of things.
Yeah.
I think set it for September 12th. That's been the suggestion from staff, and let's just set it, vote on it, get it done.
Councillor Watt?
Through the chair, I'm in agreement with Councillor Dean. I think September 12th.
Okay.
We'll check the boxes, and I see some nodding heads in the gallery that in improvement for September 12th.
Councillor Hanley?
I'm good with it.
Okay. Councillor Fote? Councillor Funk? Okay. There we go. 12th it is. Okay, so let's move forward with that motion. If I could get that motion read into the record. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council schedule a public hearing for bylaws 017-23, being the proposed East Acreages, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows Municipal Development Plan amendments on September 12th, 2023 at 9 a.m.
Thank you. Is there any comments or questions in relation to the motion? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Okay, so moving forward and on to item number 3, which is on pages 293 to 310, which is bylaw 018-23, the land use bylaw amendment, which is first reading and schedule of public hearing, again presented by Elizabeth. Liz?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much for hearing me again. The intention of today's presentation is to provide council with the proposed land use bylaw amendment to provide transitional residential development options in the East Acreages, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows. Very similar to what you just heard. We are looking for first reading today, and there is another motion that is written there. Should you guys choose to make additional amendments, you may not choose to use that motion. And then thirdly or secondly, for public hearing to be set for September 12th, 2023. As with the last item, I do want to explain that this is a new bylaw entirely. The other one is dead on the floor. I don't know how else to word that. There's probably a better way. And so we are presenting a fresh new bylaw. It includes all 3 areas. And we, again, reiterate that piece about the public hearing is the same for this one. This one has to be heard on its own individual merits. Former information and presentations by staff, public, anybody will have to be redone at that public hearing, both written and verbal. I broke it. It's fixed. Power button worked. So the background is back in March 14th, administration presented a draft MDP and land use bylaw amendments to accommodate that infill development and to provide the transitional gradual residential development options. Bylaw 009 was similar to this one, nearly identical in all ways. It was identical, except for first reading, we only had East Acreages in it. And so as discussed, due to the procedural errors identified by the official administrator for municipal affairs, public hearing and second and third readings were disallowed. So the proposed land use bylaw amendment is to create the addition of a land use district known as the Transitional Rural Residential District. It shall apply only to the East Acreages, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows as identified on Figure 4, Chestermere planning areas in the MDP. Provides the opportunity for additional residential subdivision to occur in a phased manner, and it's intended to regulate the transition from rural residential to higher density residential developments, including the provision of urban utility services. The minimum lot size, which we do know we have heard a lot of conversation over the last couple months about this, is 1 acre or 0.4 hectares. Mark Rualt is unable to be here today. However, we will make sure, we will do our best to have him here for the public hearing. And ultimately, that 1 acres is about the optimal size to allow for stormwater retention. And in the absence of servicing standards, we're unable to determine feasibility of higher density. So the lot size could be reduced. We'd come back to council for a recommendation to reduce it through a future amendment once servicing standards are complete. But 1 acre at this point gives administration the comfort that we can retain all stormwater on the site. The transition towards higher density in the land use districts will occur through the land use redesignation application process and subdivision applications, where long-term density and subdivision phases are typically identified. And currently it's being done on a larger scale through traditional outline plans and land use redesignation process, and subsequently followed by phase subdivision applications. In the absence of an area structure plan or an outline plan in East Acreages, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows, future land use redesignations and subdivision applications for the TRR district are expected to utilize shadow plans and demonstrate that the transition from residential development densification over time. Land use redesignation applications for higher density districts, R1, R2, R3, R4, any of them, are expected to subsequently apply for subdivisions in a phased manner. So the process in front of you that we propose at this point in time is first reading is today. Public hearing, we're recommending September 12th, but that is to be determined by council. And then second and third readings are also to be determined by council. And I am here to answer any questions. Should you have any questions, I'm happy to attempt to answer.
Thank you very much. Councilor, any questions? All right, do we have the motion that we were looking to proceed forward with? Councilor Hanley, can you read the first motion?
Motion that council give.
That's the wrong one.
Wrong one. Motion that council give first reading to bylaw 018-23 being the transitional rural residential district land use bylaw amendment.
Okay, are there any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Dean?
Through the chair to Ledge Services, do we keep copies of all the written submissions from a public hearing?
Yes, we do.
So because some of our residents who may have done handwritten, would it be possible for them to come and pick up their previous submission, photocopy it, and then give it back to us? So they don't have to rewrite the thing?
Did we have any handwritten ones?
I believe the only ones we received were through email.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I
Excellent.
was just trying to help out. Right, because you had mentioned the handwritten one, so I was just thinking maybe there was a day they could just stop by and photocopy it. Just give it back. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the
Second motion.
second motion, which is for the,
Okay. Motion that council schedule a public hearing for bylaw 018-23 being the transitional rural residential district land use bylaw amendment for September 12th, 2023 at 9 a.m.
so just a question of procedure. Are we allowed to have both public hearings at 9 a.m.?
We can for the advertisement, unless if you change the time, you can, but you can't start it earlier than that time. So just say we set it for 10 o'clock, then you'd have to wait till 10 o'clock before this one starts.
Because we don't open both at the same time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So then you're saying you're allowed to postpone it though from 9 o'clock forward?
You can't start it early, but you can start it later.
Okay. All right. Okay, so as Councillor Hanley has read it into the record, are there any comments or questions in relation to the motion? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. I believe that concludes. No, you have one more presentation. So in relation to reports for decisions G1, which is on page 311 to 313, The acreages communication presented by Liz Armitage, our senior planner. Hello again.
Hello. You'd think at this point I'd know how to work the mic. This request for, it says request for bylaw reading, but it's not. It's a request for direction. What we're looking for here is that residents are likely pretty confused. Why am I standing here redoing this? Why are we all sitting here? Why do we have people here? And why do they all have to come back for a public hearing? So notice of advertisement for the public hearing will go out in a formal way required through the Municipal Government Act. We will follow all of that process. What we are suggesting through discussions with multiple departments internally is that we need to send another piece of information out. I am by no means a communications expert, but we do have them on staff that explains why we're doing this, why we have new bylaw numbers, and that they have to come give their feedback again if they want their feedback heard. And so we're suggesting essentially another mail out that will go out to all the landowners on title, that will be developed between planning and the communications team to explain this and explain you have to come. Because my worry is that people aren't going to realize, which is part of why I think I've mentioned it about 8 times already, you have to come and present your opinions again, and help them understand and give them a phone number to call of, okay, I really still don't get this. Why are you doing this again? So that we can talk them through this and help them understand this and put a little bit more TLC into this.
Now they can send us their letter of support or an opposition, and I'll read that into the record.
Absolutely.
They can do it either way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. This is really just a little bit extra to help the people who aren't here today, that I haven't talked to personally, understand why we're redoing this.
Sure.
And that they need to come out. So we're just looking, one, we wanted to ensure that council wanted us to do something like this. I don't have the wording for it, to be honest. This was pretty rushed last week to pull all of this together again. And so we have a request very specifically that council direct planning and communications to develop a written notice to be mailed to landowners on title in the East Acreages, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows to provide clarity on the approval process.
You have the motion for us? Okay. If I could get that motion read into the record, Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council directs planning and communications to develop a written notice to be mailed to the landowners on title in the East Acreages, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows to provide clarity on the approval process.
This means they will get 2 letters. One is their formal notice and another one is explaining why they're getting a formal notice again.
Okay, Councillor Dean?
Will those go, sorry, through the chair, will those go at the same time?
We have time to delay sending out the notice a little bit if we wanted, but they would definitely, this piece needs to go out right away. I would say this week. I would prioritize that, but they could go in the mail the same day. But this one needs to go for sure. Like, people need to.
Agreed.
I see. We also, I believe we have everybody's email addresses as well, but.
The problem is we don't have everyone's email addresses. And so that's why we like to stick to the mailed for really important communication. Nobody is missed that way. And for the public hearing, we have to do it by mail. So.
Which is fine, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, you've read into the record. Are there any other questions or comments in relation to the motion on the floor? Okay, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, Liz.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next topic we're going to be discussing under reports for decision is the annexation award. Verbal update today by Munir Hawk. Sorry. Thank you.
Mayor and Council. I just want to preface this with saying that all my comments are through the Mayor to the rest of Council. I've been asked to give a verbal update on the annexation RFP for consulting support. I was going to, you're free to go. I was going to turn to her and say that if you had any questions at the end, she'd be there to support, but she's not feeling great, but she did an excellent job, even though she wasn't. So I'm going to let her go. What I'll do is I'll walk you a bit through the time frame. So the RFP was issued on June 19th. The deadline for questions was June 29th. We did not receive any questions. The deadline for issuing addendas was July 6th. We didn't issue any. And then the submission deadline was Wednesday, June 19th. What I can say is the adjudication committee met for the first time yesterday on this. So that the adjudication committee consists of Mark Walt, Liz Armitage, Teresa Hargrave, and myself, and is facilitated by Renee Spuler. But I'm limited on what I can say today because it's still in the adjudication process. We're meeting again later this week to discuss options for interviewing proponents and negotiation on scope and pricing. What I can tell you is that we haven't received any proposals that were within within the budget that administration initially thought it was going to be. But that being said, that's why we're looking at potentially looking at revising scope and for a couple of reasons. Also to ensure that the successful proponent has a good idea and their schedule and scope aligns with what council's vision is. It was brought to our attention by finance that we don't actually have an approved budget for this. So one of the takeaways that I want to let you know is that administration is going to take it away, prepare a formal budget ask, and we'll bring that back to you in September. So right now, short story is we're just still in the adjudication portion of it and can't say too much more until we've had those final discussions with the proponents.
Excellent.
Any questions?
Council, are there any questions for Munir? All right, Ledge, do you have a motion for acceptance of that for information? Just to confirm, because we're not looking for a decision on this, correct? Just for information?
Yeah, it was just for information.
Okay. All right, if I could get the motion read into the record. Councillor Fogt.
Motion that council accept the administration's award,
The annexation.
the annexation award update as information.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you, Munir. Okay, so just moving on to our item number 3, which was bringing forward our conversation in regards to the acceleration lane on Highway 1, which was going to be presented by Teresa. Is she available or?
I can't tell the difference either.
That's right.
Good afternoon, council. So this is the Rainbow Road North acceleration lane on Highway 1. So this is just a quick little verbal RFD from me in recognizing that council is out for the month of August. And in best efforts to not have you guys try to coordinate a special meeting if you didn't have to, was that as an update right now from our administration team, from staff, that we are actively working on securing some quotes for the design of the acceleration lane. And we believe that the design dollar amount will be within my abilities to approve it within the procurement policy. However, there is no approved budget in the 2023 capital plan for this project. So I'm here to ask council to approve a budget for me to an upset of 75,000 within the procurement policy, so that when the pricing comes in through the month of August, that I'm able to continue on with the work that I need to do without any holdups. So that's my ask today.
Okay. Councillor, are there some questions for, thank you. Are there questions for Travis? Councillor Funk?
So this is Alberta Transportation Roadway. We're okay. We'll get authorization from them to be able to do this work, or do we need that? Or sorry, just
So I've through the mayor and through Councillor Funk, we've had a meeting with AT and we've discussed this project already, and they're in support of us improving it. It's just it would be coming out of Chestermere's budget.
Okay. Councillor Fote?
Through the mayor to Travis. Travis, would Alberta Transportation have any plans or engineered drawings or anything that they could share with the city to speed this process up or not?
I would say, Councillor Fote, that they have sent me their design standard for this acceleration lane. It's in respect to transportation design, I would say it's a relatively easy task. We would just implement getting some topographic survey completed right away to understand the constraints within the corridor. But ultimately, I don't see it as a very difficult design, I would say. Yeah.
Safety is a big deal, so it is important. Councillor Hanley?
Said it's an unbudgeted item. Any idea of source of funding? Is it MSI? Is it gas? Is it, I know capital, last time I looked at capital was well underspent, right? So there's other projects, but there's some paperwork that needs to be done.
Correct.
So, we need to know the source of funding and then I guess the fallback.
Yep. So Councillor Hanley, I have reached out to finance to understand where this 75K would come from. That's not to say I'm going to use the entire 75K. It's just to set an amount for me to work within. We have an application right now that's grant funded on other components of Rainbow Road, and finance has indicated to me that they can revise that application so that it's covered by the grant.
Okay. So it's a modification for the budget, but it's not-
absolutely. Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Any other comments or questions?
Just to follow up.
Okay, so the motion, sorry, you had a question? Sorry, Councillor Fote?
Just through the mayor, Travis, are we going to be, I know this may sound weird, but are we going to be able to will we have the material to use within the city that we could draw, so we won't have to purchase the material to, the dirt and the clay and all that stuff? Do we have a spot that we could draw some of that material from to keep the cost down?
I will look at my colleague here now and see if he has a pile of gravel kicking around somewhere.
Something we could clean up on Rainbow Road?
Sorry.
No, it's a great question. I think we would look at any opportunity to find the resources that we have on hand to keep the cost down during construction as well. Yep.
And help residents' complaints? Okay, so could we see that motion or create one? Do you have it? Thank you. Council, just to be clear, Travis, are you comfortable with the determination, and Councillor Hanley, are you comfortable with the determination on the financial aspect as to where the funds are coming from? Using grant funding. Is that enough, using grant funding?
I would say with the redesignation of grant funding. Redesignation of grant funding. Right, which implies that they have to specifically go in and modify the paperwork.
Yep, that's fine.
Oh, sorry, your mic, Councillor Hanley.
Yeah, I was just saying a redesignation of the grant funding because they have to ensure that they've gone in and modified the paperwork and it's acceptable.
That's comfortable for you, Travis?
The redesignation word, sorry, Councillor Hanley. How about the amendment? Because I don't know what that amendment of the application looks like specifically, unless.
I can support using amendment, and it probably should specifically say, because you indicated that we already had some MSI funding or grant funding for Rainbow Road.
Yes.
So the amending the Rainbow Road grant funding.
Sure, that's great. Yep.
Okay, are there any other additions to the motion that's being presented?
Yeah, sorry. So intersection acceleration lane, amending the grant funding application for Rainbow Road. As a source of funding. Take out the first funding, Callan, sorry. Yep, there you go.
Comfortable with that? Okay. All right, if I could get that read into the record. Councillor Dean?
Motion that council approves a budget of $75,000 for the design of Highway 1/Rainbow Road, north intersection acceleration lane, amending the grant application for Rainbow Road as a source of funding.
Thank you. Any comments or questions in relation to the motion? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thanks, Council.
Thank you, Travis. Okay, that concludes the portion of our open council today. So we're going to be moving into closed session. So if I could get the motion presented, I can read this into, whoa, what's they're talking about here? Motion to council. Oh, I see, okay. I can read the motion in. Motion the council under procedure bylaws 014-22, section 2.3, temporarily suspend the following rules or procedure. Number 17.1, council meetings are recorded and live streamed to the public with the exception of closed sessions. To allow the closed session of the council meeting to be recorded, but not live streamed. Under section 2.3, this motion to suspend the rules or procedures is only in effect for today's regular council meeting of July 25th, 2023. Are there any comments in relation to the motion presented? All in favor? All opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay, so motion to go in camera. Councillor Watt?
Motion that council move into closed session at 2:55 PM to discuss the following: FOIP Section 25 land discussion, FOIP Section 29 FOIP Section 25 recreational public safety, FOIP Section 23 to Directive 1 and 5A, FOIP Section 25 11 acres, FOIP Section 29 community support services, FOIP Section 17, Strategic Advisory Group discussion.
Thank you. All in favor? Carried. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your time today.